Hello, everyone, and welcome to my stream today. Sorry, I'm running late. Probably a surprise to no one, but when you decide to do a stream on trying to break stuff and you try and do a little prep, you realize you end up breaking stuff while you're trying to prep for breaking stuff. So, um, I've been I've been doing a lot of bug fixes the last couple days, and in fact, I was trying to release a new version of Solid right up to the line in the stream, and I actually did not get there because I found another bug, and then I found another bug, and all this kind of stuff. They're all fixed, but I actually have to do a release right now so that we can continue on with the stream. I'm just doing a quick check here in the background to see if make sure sanity check all my change logs and versions. We're gonna have Solid 2.0 beta 1 here in a second. So let's make sure that looks good. It does look good. Okay, perfect. So this is version 2.0 beta 1. Come say hi in the chat. We'll hear. We'll get to stuff. I actually prepped some notes for this one. I'm actually pretty excited. This is a pretty important stream. But unfortunately, a couple of my examples and stuff I actually are still sitting on my dev of the computer. I have two computers generally that I do most of my work on. I have my MacBook Air that I've been running forever, where I do all my like real work, and then I have my work computer, which I do my streams on, where sometimes I'll do some like long running tasks, but like it's not usually where I spend most of my time. And that means we're on the stream, so we're on that computer. All my intermediate ideas, examples are on my other computer here. So I need to push them up as we go, but I think it'll be fine. Solid for mobile apps. There's native script in Tori if that's what you're interested. We have a universal render. This was actually something that's funny that came up. Someone was like, and I think it's because Svelte's been talking about recently. Svelte never had a universal renderer. They didn't have like they had like a 3D GL kind of thing that like Rich made himself, but they didn't have like a thing where anyone could just go very easily and like say make mobile or terminal or whatever other platform. And that's actually not the case with Solid. And Svelte actually is releasing their universal version right now, so it's like a bit of news, I guess. But the reason they can do it is because they took the same approach with Svelte 5 as Solid did. So yes, we've had a universal renderer since basically the 1.0 release about 5 years ago. So yeah, this is not a new capability. Some people associate it with 2.0. So yeah, look into our native script integrations. We definitely support mobile. Love the intensity of trying to release something, bringing every issue to the forefront. Maybe love is too strong. Stream-driven development. Yeah, you know it. Loading makes you think that the inside is showing when it is loading. Ah, yes. I see. So you're saying like the semantics are opposites. Yeah, I was hoping the reason I chose loading was because I wanted to pick a name where, when someone's like, damn, I need the ship. Like, what's the first thing you think of when you're like, because this stuff is kind of optional. It's like you can build the UI out using signals and using everything. And then you're like, I need to actually show a loading state. I figured loading would be the term, or load or something would be the term someone would search or look for when they're like, how do I like, or AI look for when parsing docs, when they're like, I need something to handle this. So that's why, because like suspense doesn't mean anything, right? But yeah, like what is suspense? First of all, suspense has specific behavior that React has that we do not have. And secondly, it doesn't really mean anything. So even React doesn't like the name suspense. They said if we did it again, we'd call it placeholder, which I was debating as a name, but that confused other people who are more DOM centric because they're like, oh, we already have placeholders, and I was like, okay, well, what are you doing? You're Because the problem is leaving it named suspense is confusing because people would think it would behave like suspense and it doesn't. Error to error. Yeah, I just wanted a shorter name. Error boundary sounds so like, again, like I was gonna call it error, but error is a is like a built-in class. So like you'd have conflicts. Yeah, so human natural renames exactly because and we'll talk about this a bit when we talk about AI, but human natural renames are actually valuable. I mean, the funniest thing is, if you asked me this question about solid start or tan stack start, um, I would have been like, oh, like I'm trying to like pad the estimates and like try and figure out like because I'm probably not the one doing the majority of this work. There's people who already have like semi-working prototypes like the day after I released. The speed at which things work in the age of AI is completely different now. Is that stable for you to use? No, I mean, obviously not, but it's kind of crazy. I like I can't give you an exact estimate. Just it's sooner than any estimate that I would have expected to give you. Yeah, ref change. There's a lot of great changes here, and we'll talk a bit about them as we get into the next part. But I the one thing that I haven't been seeing on Twitter in the past when I posted stuff, people would kind of generally maybe because I had all the early adopters and people in the stream coming, they kind of get it. I think people are really missing the big picture here. Like I think obviously I get excited about new technology. Everyone knows like I get super excited about new technology, but I don't think people realize just how big this is. I'm not usually someone who's like really good at marketing or pushing, along, like I don't know how to do this. I'm going to admit that to you guys right now. But I feel what we're doing here at Solid 2.0 is a bigger deal than what we did with Solid 1.0. And when you consider the impact of Solid 1.0, like I'm not talking about like how popular Solid is, but when you look at how it's impacted the whole course of the direction of web development in the front end, I think that's saying a lot. Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna make it hopefully crystal clear if you bear with me for a few minutes why this is such a big deal because people are like, oh yeah, AI, blah blah blah, and it's kind of funny. I know when you get into something, you're like hype, and I am super into AI these days, so I get the hype. But AI for me is becoming an understood thing. This I don't understand. This to me is more exciting than AI at the moment. Like in itself, AI is like getting excited about TypeScript. Like I get excited about TypeScript because like to the degree that like how it feels writing my code. I don't get excited about TypeScript because it like completely changes the way I can view like the architecture of my app. Like don't get me wrong, like AI's got me really the way it changes the way I can develop. I did the last like couple streams talking about it. Super super stoked. But this is like a completely arguably equally exciting thing that is completely orthogonal. It's not like one replaces the other. These are just two really exciting things happening at the exact same time. Yeah, you saw that comment. It's funny. Someone thought solid widget adding normal. It was like the universal thing. Most people don't realize just how full. And I told you I'm terrible at this. How fully featured Solid has been for years. Every time people get really excited about like features and other frameworks, and they come in, they're like, oh yeah. I think sometimes they do it to be like, oh, I would try Solid, but you need like you know there's a certain thing that always happens with like smaller solutions. They have less people, so generally they're less fleshed out. They have less ecosystem. It all makes sense, and it's chicken and egg problem, right? You can't grow until you grow, and but technically, from a technical solution standpoint, Solid's been always really really good. So like it's quite often really interesting when people come in and they're like oh, I'd use this, but this, you don't have a Next.js, you don't have this. And honestly, that list, I was filling out that list for years and years and years and years and years. And the funny thing is, I actually finished the checklist a couple of years ago, right? And I finally got to change. I finally got to be like, okay, what would I build if I didn't have to cater to everyone's like checklist? The funny thing is, people are still coming at me with the checklist. They just don't realize that the checklist was finished ages ago. And ironically, because a lot of frameworks and solutions have changed to be like Solid, the new stuff that they're learning now that they're where we are is stuff that we've had for years. It just keeps on happening. Like, as I said, like Svelte Universal. It's like, yeah, Solid Universal 2021, like you don't need a virtual DOM. Yeah, exactly. Like, so it is kind of funny. I get why people would assume it's the other way, but it's almost like the opposite assumption. And I know this is a crazy thing to say, but you're almost better off to assume, like as a base flag, that Solid can do everything that every other framework can do better and before they did. I know that like it's not true, but just if you came in at that baseline, you're probably like closer to the truth. Which sounds really cocky to say, but I mean, go collect the facts, you'll see what I'm talking about. Right. I mean, from a mechanical standpoint, that I don't think I think you just have to kind of I don't know how to reset the expectations of people. Maybe because I don't come off and saying Solid is the best all the time or something. Like I rarely do. This is probably the heaviest I've laid that on ever. It's not in my personality. I don't know how. I said I'm bad at this, but that is kind of a better place, maybe like a more accurate place. It's not 100% accurate, obviously, but I think that's almost a better place to be like as your baseline. I think to change win marker because I use some proper, but not AI is very different. Yeah, AI is changing the way we can build. It's changing our nimbleness. To me, it's not funny. It's infuriating. Well, and this is all going to come together because as I said, you have to bear with me a few minutes to actually get to my point. I wrote some notes and I apologize. And I'm really trying to do the solid release in the background here. Sorry, V2 beta 1. That looks correct. And then all I need to do is pm publish tag next. Yeah. I think that's it. Tag next. Oh no, that's not right. I need to do it recursive release. Sorry. pm publish. Sorry, give me 2 seconds. I just want this stuff to be going on in the background so we don't have to worry about it. Oh, right. Damn it. Freaking auth tokens, like every freaking time. Give me, so this is the last thing. Sorry, I'm gonna break. Every freaking time. Too slow. Okay. All right, cool. Oh, hey, sorry. I'm just like just getting started. I haven't even opened my Twitch window up. Was that a raid? Um, um, Sorry. I'm a little scattered this today because I've been It's like the stream is hopefully the culmination of like months of work and realization. And the funny thing is, even when you do this stuff for ages and you kind of like work through this, you don't really realize. Um, yeah, maybe not. You don't even realize like the implications until the last minute, right? It's like you kind of have a fundamental hunch. You have like a sort of, how should I put it? Like a suspicion, an architectural like I don't want to say like assumption, but you have like a certain like intuition, and then as the pieces start fitting in and they align, you start being to see bigger patterns out of it. See, the funny thing is, it doesn't matter how many times I say the same thing. Solid on native when? We literally, for the last 10 minutes, I've been talking about that. I'm sorry, I'm not to call you out specifically. It's just the funniest thing is it's like, this isn't even like a new thing. This is like something we've been able to do for years. So it's like, why are we so bad at marketing? Like, why are we so bad at getting getting the message out? Um, it's a real struggle that I've had. I think a large number of people have some kind of assumptions or like lack of knowledge. I can't get it out fast enough what we're capable of here. Okay, so what? Let's change gears and get started on the actual topic for today, which is I want to. I mean, I'm not saying the actual talk. The actual talk was to break stuff. We're going to break stuff in a few minutes. I actually want to talk a little bit. Usually, I'd wait to do this until we had like the 2.0 release stream, but we're in a different age right now. Everything is different now. Like the way we work, the way we iterate became very obvious while working on Solid 2.0, because like the traditional way was we would just like make a working group in GitHub and have people, like add comments, kind of like all the stuff I worked on in standards, and then we meet in meetings and whatever. Now it's all async, it's all Discord streams. Like we have different mechanisms to get feedback early, but our journey today did start that way. And I want to talk about it a little bit because, again, this is the part you need to bear with me for a minute, because it's going to get somewhere, I promise. Okay. So let me present my screen, entire screen, that one. All right, let's go. I don't know if anyone remembers this. July 23rd, 2022. Yeah, it's tricky because it's like third party, right? So maybe we need to link it. Yeah, right. Who's a DevRel for Solid these days? Um, the guys who speak, I mean, everyone's a dual role. I do a little bit, but yeah, I mean, Attila, obviously, but he also leads the Solid Start effort. Well, we still got Daniel out in the trenches, people going and doing like conference talk side. Then I think there's people like Brenly who write a lot of articles and do a lot of social posts, but so we have the bases covered by a few individuals, but yeah, I mean, it's hard. You need the kind of voice. Like when Tanner Lindsley retweets something that we post, that gets way more eyeballs than anyone directly related on the project gets. Do you know what I mean? So it's, we don't have, like, we have people doing good work in these areas, writing newsletters, doing social posts and whatnot, but it's not, none of us have the same audience that even just like, an off the cuff, quote tweet from Tanner kind of touches. The weirder the semantic and bigger the mind shift need to get there, the more mark you need to make a click for us. I no, I get that. It just feels like you also could say that time could help. I always kind of was hoping that like people would just kind of get there over time. I have this. This is a flaw for me, I'm a systems architect kind of personality, right? I think of things that way. So for me, when something eventually, once I realize something becomes true, it becomes an undeniable truth. It's like inescapable for me from that standpoint. So for me, I kind of have a perspective that if people are left, maybe not completely alone, but kind of guided the right direction for long enough, they'll kind of figure out the truth, which is not really how marketing or anything works. It just, for me, there couldn't be any other outcome. I don't know, sounds weird, but yeah. I agree. You have an audience of right focused engineering architecture and rightfully so. I mean, it's what I care about. Right. So let's wrap this around. Okay. So this was something I posted July 23rd, 2022. This was like this is almost exactly a year after Solid 1.0. And I was like, you know what, let's drop this in chat so you guys see this. This was the starting of a work group because I saw that like React was having some problems, in the ecosystem and people weren't being heard. I'm like, I want to make sure that people on board with Solid 2.0 right off the bat. And yes, I understand this is almost 4 years ago. You just have to understand that this is important for context. So I went through a whole idea of like what we like really fundamental things that we could review, people might care about, like read-write segregation. Some people hate those tuples from React. Some people really like how you can do that thing in Vue, right? But I also said, like, look, this is the decision we've taken here. This is how important it is and how confident I am that we made the right decision. So for me, like something like read-write segregation, no two-way binding, all that stuff, like I am highly, highly confident we made the correct decision here, right? It is part of Solid's bones. But my point is, I kind of laid out, setter functions, blah, 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 effects, render effect, create reaction, writing signals in effect, generally don't do. I had ideas, at least, of what we should talk about. But there's stuff that I didn't get right, and we'll talk about this. Synchronous execution. Well, to be fair, the synchronous execution I'm talking about here is a synchronous propagation. Once you have committed the state, but I think a lot of refinement was learned over the thing. FX don't run during SSR, effects and reducing, derivation, dequality. I went pretty deep here on this, but I basically used this to decide what our future work was. This is before I decided what 2.0 is. I was just like, okay, we got to get rid of create computed. This whole like writing to a signal in the middle of executing the signals is a mess. It's terrible. I knew that I wanted writable memos. I wanted to make some kind of, I played around with like getter setter patterns, but then I was like, okay, you know what? We could just, I basically came up with a form where you basically would get the value in the thing, and I call it create random thing. You guys might recognize this in the 2.0 things because ultimately we would fold this down into just create signal itself. But lazy memos, derived resources, there's a few key principles. I wanted to make sure that async flowed through the graph. I wanted to make things lazy. And anyways, we don't have to get into all the stuff. If you really care, you can come and look at this discussion that, all of 10 people, or maybe 27 people looked at. My point is, this was an idea, but where we ended up was is very far from this idea. The thing is, the timing of this idea is important because this is 2 months before Preact signals came out, before Angular started talking about signals, before Quick changed to signals. Actually, Quick might have been around the same time here, but basically, this was what I thought the future would look like before anyone else adopted signals. And I feel like this mentality kind of, and the way I was talking and the kind of influenced that direction a bit. But when I came around to actually implement it, I realized that like stuff like lazy, which I took very highly to be important, actually it wasn't that important. Most things ended up not wanting to be lazy. For example, like async, has this problem. Like if you are lazy and you're reading from multiple async sources, you might cause waterfalls, right? You actually want async to be eager generally if you want it to flow through the graph nicely. I mean, you could, I had the core pieces, but it was a long time to get from this concept. And I feel like in the meantime, in between when, I had this vision of the future at that point to actually implementing that future, almost everyone else jumped in the space. And suddenly what started as very much aligning on future vision ended up being, I found myself in a very, very different place, if that makes any sense. Let's jump ahead to today. I just wanted to do a quick kind of loop over to this, but where are we? Some of you might have seen this article I wrote. Solid runs open codes 2E. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. The docs effort. I just didn't want to keep it out of people's hands until we got there. But yes, it's already underway. We'll definitely need help. Yeah, this post was not written with AI. I don't generally write with AI to for stuff that I actually want to publish. I know I used AI for the RFCs. Technical docs are places where I find it helpful. When I'm trying to tell a story, like when I release an article, usually I'm not going to use AI. Maybe to like almost like Grammarly, but even then it's kind of dangerous. You lose your tone a little bit too much. Anyways, I'm going to drop this article in here. The important thing I want to point out, and this is moving this conversation forward a bit, is I identified that we have basically three main objectives in JavaScript frameworks right now. If you want to understand JavaScript frameworks right now, there's three main objectives. There's the AI first framework. There is the Isomorphic-First framework. And there's one more, the Async-First framework. Yeah, there it is, the Async-First framework. And I kind of coined the second two terms, to be fair. So these are just arbitrary things that I made up a name for. But there are enough. We're not alone in looking into these different directions. Like different frameworks are working on these three main objectives. And I admit I didn't know much about AI even when I wrote this article. Again, I'm pretty good at filling the blanks by pattern matching. So I had a suspicion, and I kind of had like limited experience to be able to do that. But what's changed for me in the last couple months, and why I think stuff's why I think this stuff's very important, is understanding that all three of these objectives are ultimately the same thing. They lead to basically the same thing. And I'm going to talk a bit about each of these with a current lens, so you can kind of understand what I'm getting to and how this relates to Solid 2.0, right? Like, where do I want to start? Yeah, I'm going to actually start with async first. I'm going to leave AI to last because I think that's what ties it all together. But it's funny as I've been working through this problem space, I realized that, I always kind of knew this, and this is something that I think differentiates my perspective a lot from a lot of, say, developer like users of these systems. I think that as much as we can fault React about implementation, like the way that like the mechanics of the technology works, it is almost impossible to fault React on conceptual design or on design, which I already know, chat, you guys are already going to disagree with me. I already know that. But in the same way that I'm very like, what's the term, like foundational thinking, like first principles about mechanics, React is about API design. And it's very hard to find faults in them. The thing is, okay, ultimately, people find faults in React's API design all the time, but those people are just wrong. Sorry, guys. And myself included. Like, I found over the course of working through the async problem that React, knowing that async was on the horizon, made API design decisions that are almost like they're inevitable. But everyone else was like, why are you doing this thing? You just make it awkward. We hate you. And we were wrong and we were stupid. I came across, three things while I was working on Solid 2.0 to that degree. And they're the things that people hate the most about React. Like the fact that you can't read the value after you call set state. Like you have to flush sync, or you have to do something, like it's just not present. You can't go like set count +1 and then see the new count on the next line. React is 100% correct about that. In a sync world, there's other mechanisms you can make sure that things read early, like signals and reactivity, but that doesn't make it correct. And it doesn't make it correct from an async stance, because when you have time as a consistency, you have to keep synchronous frames within the same scope of thinking. It's an unfortunate reality. Another example, the way they split effects, like where you have the dependency arrays. Now, you might not need to type dependency arrays, but conceptually, this allows them to know all the dependencies before they run any of the side effects. This is incredibly important for async, because otherwise you don't know where the things are being used until you actually are doing the side effect. It's too late. This is a fundamental truth, right? Now, we can build compilers to detect this stuff. That's what Svelte 3 did. Svelte, like for people who don't know, Svelte 3 was basically like React. They basically had like compilable-based dependency arrays. They just compiled them in. I think React compiler is adding that in. But there's a real cost there, because now the things you compile in that you track actually have to be reactive or care about the reactivity. Like you lose the choice or control of that. Like with runtime detection, these things can be variable. Some things can be reactive or not. Some things can be reactive or not, depending on how the component gets used. Compilation has no knowledge of that and is extremely limited, which is why Svelte moved to Svelte 5. But it doesn't change the fundamental truth that if you want to be consistent through async, you need to know the dependencies before you run any side effects. This is just an actual undeniable, it's like gravity. Like if you guys think it's bad, argue, like we can dislike that we can't fly, but I'm sorry, I can't help you, like you can come up with clever, flying devices, but it doesn't change the actual physics. And so, like even more subtle things, like the way they handle refs as not being state. This is actually a really smart thing. So I just want to throw that out here, because this is probably the most positive I'm going to be about React on this whole stream. I'm usually fairly timid on this stuff, but as I said, I'm telling you this to understand very clearly why I think React is amazing at designing. I'm not saying this because I think that React is the best approach to do front end. I just want this to be clear. Yeah, I'm just checking things, right? Later version. Yeah, and we can. I'll touch on it a bit, but they are very far down the thinking path here, and I think it's understandable that not everyone has gone as far down the path. A lot of people don't think they need to go as far down the path. We're having when it's hard to be like really down like a specific kind of avenue when other people, like, you created your own problems, now you're solving your own problems. Like, like we wouldn't need a React compiler if you didn't force us to use callback and memos, and like both sides are kind of right. But on the other hand, there is fundamental truth to understand in this, like underlying fundamental truth. And if you don't have the complete picture, you can't paint it. I had a great discussion with the Critter data star this week, and it really became clear to me just like where things live in certain zones and how the universality of the like solution scope range drastically impacts how you look at, like, even for people who are architecturally minded. Web components actually is another great example of this. I had a great discussion with them a couple of weeks ago, where again, it's the scope of the range you want to work in is incredibly important, because you can always make assumptions within a certain range, but when you try and generalize, those assumptions can often fall apart. And I think it's important when we're solving engineering problems to like see that like both sides are fine, like are good. If you recognize that the scope can be contained, you should definitely go in on that, because then it's like, okay, I don't have to worry about this. You've already removed a whole like categorization of problem or zones, like everything out of scope is out of scope, right? But recognize that if the scope extends beyond that, the truth can change. Exact is potential, and this is an exercise that I play around with a lot. Okay. Okay. Useful to know where the improvements solid brings actually are. Getting there. Okay. So my point here, or what I'm getting to, at least on the async-first side, is that like there is clearly a desire to kind of solve these problems, and React is actually right there with us. Oh, it's funny. I tried to save this link, but it's not working for me. Maybe I can like remove a few of these and see if that will fix it. We'll just remake the chart. I think you guys are familiar with this chart. If I just go SolidJS, looks good by itself. Let's add a few others. Right? React. Down we go. Oh, yeah, the site can't handle it. Let's try view. At Angular core. Preact again. Preact. Oh, we don't like Preact. How about React? Good. Okay, last time Preact. Let's do this. Okay, sorry. Sorry, Preact. Just know that they're up by a view. It doesn't really matter. But I want to make a demonstration here. Let's see, can we go 5 years? Okay, sure. We've all seen this chart, probably. I've seen it more than others because a lot of React promoters like showing me this chart, like I'm not aware of it. But I think there's something important here. Even by 2020, can we do all time? Can we do all time? I'm really forcing it. I lost React. No, okay. Now I'm losing view. Okay. Can't do all time. Let's stay with 5 years. Okay. Even if you go farther back, there was a time that Vue and Angular were about half as React, but you have to go back into around 2016, 17, 18 time period. Basically, since 2020, React has almost been triple the downloads. Now, I don't want to say trust downloads for everything. I just want you to just understand the sheer magnitude of this, because even if you ignore and definitely ignore these weird spikes that happen, but if you even ignore this weird 2025 curve up probably caused by AI and just keep on this linear path, no one was basically ever catching up to React on npm downloads. So not for any feasible time period. React has a lot of users. React is too powerful. Yeah. Just come on, Preact, get in there. Get in there. Yeah. Okay, we got Preact. See, there it is. Preact now by downloads is actually the second highest. Anyway, my point is that I don't even think this is a greater representation, but it definitely shows just on pure volume just how much more React there is out there. I honestly think that React would be exactly where, very close to where we are right now, what I'm talking about, if they could move. If you think about it, React had concurrent mode, and they knew about that 7-8 years ago. Then they had concurrent features, and trying to they've been trying to address this topic for a decade inside their own ecosystem, and the reality is they probably wanted a concurrent universe, but they realized that this number is too big, right? Whereas most the rest of the frameworks we don't matter, realistically. I mean, if you put it in this scope against it, Svelte and Solid didn't even start mattering till about 2024. Like it's felt, you see, starts picking up here, and then Solid starts picking up like mid 2025. Like, 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 like we are a drop in the bucket, you know. And like I actually think the real numbers are even more exaggerated than what we see here. So the thing is, React can't just do this. Even if they want to, it's going to be hard. Like that's the engineering challenge for the React team. It's not like whether they can do it. It's like can they feasibly do it? And you kind of understanding this helps kind of understand a bit better on like why, you know, there was a view 2 to view 3, or svelte 2 to 3, and then again svelte 4 to 5. Like how can frameworks change so drastically, um uh and like, you know, be perceived, you know, as like, oh, you know, I mean, there was some tension on a few of those, but like generally like, oh, you know, this is a good thing, you know, by comparison, just because of just how small the bucket is. Like it just, React can't do that very easily. This AI thing, you could argue from maybe about here, like 2025. But if you go farther, the slope is actually fairly linear and at a greater speed than everyone else, all the way until when I would say AI really kicked in, which is the last like year. So, okay, what does this have to do with what I'm talking about? I just want to kind of point out like async first is something that I think React is working on as well. But we need to kind of understand like why this is important. And as I said, React felt ourselves are kind of in the same boat. This is where I actually wanted to grab that example that I haven't even looked at here. Let me just quickly pop something into a stack blitz. Let me new window, because I got AI to make me a React app. And I don't know if I should trust it to make me a React app, but God, it didn't even. That's so sad. It didn't even. It didn't even. You know, whatever. I'll start the stack blitz. Give me 2 seconds. I'm sorry. I know I'm not on the same screen as you guys, but this is the last thing I need off this computer. I'll grab one of my React 19 examples and just drop the code in. And then we can work on it for a second on screen to show. Because if you guys remember on my last stream, we tried to take a very simple counter and let me fork this. React to-dos. Okay, and then let's call it comp. And then I'm just going to drop a couple source files in here, and then we'll be able to kind of finish the example, hopefully, in the browser in 2 seconds. And you guys are like, what? I came here to talk about Solid 2.0. Why are we talking about React? What's going on here? Yeah. I'm sorry about that a little bit. Give me a second here. App. Oh, what the hell? Sorry. Do A C A B, and then I want new file. Sorry, 1 second, almost done. To-dos.ts probably. Funniest thing about doing it this way is like I have no idea if this example is even any good. We'll give it a quick look. Okay. Sorry, this is what I would have done already if I actually was not fixing bugs until the last possible moment. So let's stack blitz here. Okay. So I'm trying to show people why async first is great. You might, I'm going to do a quick recap from the sync to async stream here, but I made a silly example where you have state and a button that increments it, and then 5 divide operations that get showed in the UI, right? And it's pretty straightforward. I mean, you don't even really need to memorize these because they all update together, but you get the idea. I kind of sometimes overwrap when writing React code because I'm used to writing primitives like this, but it doesn't matter a ton. We basically just 16 divided 1 is 16, 16 divided 2 is 18, 15. It doesn't really matter. And what I tasked us with was, what if this divide function now had to be on the server? How would we change the code? And the answer was, we tried to do something very kind of like pre-React 19. Don't get me wrong, React 19 had some great stuff, but we actually made this kind of cool thing where you saw that when we loaded in, it had like a loading indicator, and then when we click, it gives us a pending, and it actually waits to all our clicks to happen to show the numbers. So we made this kind of fairly nice UI, with, see, this is now returning a promise. And then we went through and we made an effect that did some data fetching, set a bunch of states, and then made those states, and then did a couple null check guards, and then wrapped this in a ternary to check loading. And then we also had a visible end versus end because we didn't want to show, we wanted to be able to show this 21 and start fetching before we actually showed it down here. So we kind of like forked the value into another state variable. And in the end, we got something really quite nice, right? So, this was kind of an illustrative case of how we went through all the edge cases. We had to make sure that we didn't have any race conditions. We do this thing where we like do cancellation using the cleanup function. We had to make sure that and then we had to also make sure that like things updated together, which wasn't too hard. We used this promise all. We wanted to make sure stuff wasn't just flowing in, and that like we didn't show inconsistent tearing in the UI, and we went through all this kind of stuff. And then like the point of this example was, I had obviously previously made this example in Solid, and the funny thing about the Solid example was, if I took the original code and then just changed this to a promise, we got the exact same behavior without doing anything, right? That was the demo, right? And this starts to touch on why async first is so powerful, because you can, when you treat async as just another part of the graph, right? It's just something, this is what a promise of a number, and it gives me an accessor, a signal of a number. When you just treat it as natural part of the graph, okay, there is a loading indicator. We did have to basically indicate that we wanted the in-flight number, not the previous number. So there is UI changes here, sorry. So that isn't 100%, but we didn't have to null check the UI anywhere here. We didn't have to make a bunch of loading states. We just asked the question, like, is this pending? Then show it. We kind of basically turned the async logic into declarative logic, and we're not the first person or framework to do this to various degrees. And like, I actually, big shout out to Remix, like Remix 2, not talking about Remix 3, like but we will. When they introduced optimistic UI as state, that got fed back in, that was like the turning point of kind of starting to understand what a real model looked like here. So this is kind of related to that, but I'll get to why. Now, why was I just in here? Well, I was trying to build this example, a to-do app example. Now I need to do a little bit of wiring, rename this to use to-dos, it looks like. And then, is it use to-dos.ts? Yes. Are we okay now? Okay, so main imports app. App is, oh, okay, so let's get rid of this. So we just need to export app here, export default app, or not, or, yeah, I guess just export default will do. Export default. Oh, right, it needs the API. Let me steal that API from a different example. Let me go into here. I have a project here called Solid Optimistic Data with Affordances. Beautiful. I think this API TS is going to be essentially the same because this is our server backend. Okay. So let's add a new file, call it api.ts. This is the part that doesn't matter. It's just a background server. Oh, sweet. And then all we need now is to wire up our CSS. We don't have it. App CSS is probably the same. Let's just put that into here. Huh, we have a to-do app. Sweet. Okay. I mean, optimistic API UI it can be bad, but I'm getting there. There's something fundamental that we're exposing here, and I think we're gonna get there. So I got AI to try and build my example here. Now I don't need this anymore. Hopefully it did okay. What did it do? Okay, so yeah. This is going to look a lot like the one we divide, because I just instructed it not to use React 19 APIs, but build it the way it would with React 16. So this is not a fair comparison of React. The reason this is a fair comparison is because this represents the majority of this that's out here. Okay, that's what that is why I'm doing this. And a majority of people who the same people who come in and ask if Solid has a native renderer are a lot of people might be still like in this zone. A lot of people who use CanStack, query or whatever, like you've been able to benefit from mechanisms that the ecosystem have built on top without actually worrying about you need to do that without how should I put it? Sorry, I lost train of thought. I was reading chat and I got distracted. But what I'm trying to say is that React is working very hard on these problems. So this is not when I'm talking about at the beginning of the stream is actually universal, not just a Solid 2.0, but I think Solid 2.0 best exemplifies a point in the future that where things are potentially converging. But okay, what I tasked it with building an optimistic AI. So with things. So now we got loading state. So when we load, yeah, we got the loading state, and then in our to-do item, use callback, on retry, on remove, and it's got the right state handling. The real question is when I do hello. Okay, good. So we've got optimistic UI with retry logic. Nice. Okay. So this is built. Right. This is, if you've seen this, I shared this demo a while ago. This is, come on, remove. Okay, we got to you there. This is a demo where requests fail half the time. But I instructed AI to try and build this demo essentially using like, yeah, it's not API. I want to use to-dos using like React pre-React 19 APIs. Okay. So what is it doing here? You know what? The funny thing is, yeah, and it's actually pointing it out here. It actually didn't actually solve everything. Like this is actually looks fairly convincing. Because it fetches the to-dos and then it sets the to-dos and we apply the error. It actually copied the same pattern I used in the 2.0 demo, which I don't think a lot of people get there naturally. It's understanding that things are derived. I think most React developers actually wouldn't write it this way. I was telling it to write it like most React developers, but it's still not doing it. Bug, no cleanup. If the component amounts, well, a fetcher of action is flight, set state will be called. So, okay. And then use callback, set to-dos. What else do we have in here? This refresh replaces all to-do state with service on state. Any other in-flight optimistic updates toggle that hasn't resolved yet will be aborted. The user sees their pending change will vanish, then reappear. Can we confirm that? Oh yeah. Did you see that? I mean, these failed to add, so it's not the best example. I want we have to do a rapid example where it doesn't fail to add. Oh, what? Did we end up an extra to-do somehow? What? I think. Yeah, I think we did. Oh, this one's dead. Can we start over? Okay, yeah, this is what the state really should have looked like after all those actions. It's because I did a multiple at the same time, so the race conditions basically killed us. Like this code actually looks fairly same concurrent clobber, so you had to do above, same concurrent clobber, so you had to do. This code actually looks fairly convincing that it would work, but it actually misses out. Okay. On a lot of things. No, come on, mounts. Bug, no abort handling. If two fetches race, the slower one wins, regardless. Yeah, you could fix this by adding an abort controller. The thing is, I actually got AI originally to build like a perfectly working one that handled all the use cases, but they basically parodied the approach that I took with Solid, which is not very intuitive, like the internals to actually make it. The new is pending, so you need to recreate normal language conditions with new semantics. Yes, in a sense. We're turning this, we're pulling it in. Suspense and endpoints make the default straight and nice, but all other logic comes more complex, no balance. I don't know if I agree completely there, but let's continue. I could understand if none of, but the hostile turning off anything tells you the update in real yet is okay. Yeah. Well, I'm not talking about React today. Be very clear. I'm talking about. It's so funny though. They use callbacks and stuff are things that I have a hard time thinking in. But the thing is, this version is a reasonable stab, and I don't want to spend all everyone's time working through this. It kind of works until like you start hitting all the different race condition scenarios. So yeah, suddenly abort controllers become really important, and like suddenly like you need to hold other state of references to understand the in-flightness of things. So like the reason I want to show this is because our divide example exploded, but it was the simplest example I could think of. This is like the next step up. It's not even as complicated as your real app, and it's exploded, and we still haven't solved everything. This like I really hope why async starts becoming important here, because this component code is like, this could be a suspense boundary, or I don't know, like this part doesn't matter. I mean, you want to make it opt out, so then you also have to wrap everything in a transition, which is fine. You can put the transitions in your to-do items, wrap these callbacks to transitions. There are APIs to solve this in React 19. I'm just trying to show that like you could take something that's, you know, a bit of UI and logic. This stuff is fine. Like, is it pending? Is an error or whatever? Like this stuff's all fine. And then try and obscure the async layer and still have a very difficult time working through this. Ricky's own demos, he's been trying to make demos kind of like this, where he's like showing like, look, how would we do this in React before? How would we do this in React today? And I'm using that same old React as the what do you call it, the thing you compare against. I'm not suggesting that. I'm meeting you where you're at, so to speak, so that we can talk about this, because The example in Solid 2.0, which does not have these issues, I mean, I pressed SDF 3 times. You're not going to see like you saw how last time we actually ended up with more items. This one, when everything's settled and I refresh, we're going to end up with the same thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not going to like think that it has new like random things that it lost track of and weird state desyncs and cleanup issues when things unmount and all this. And the thing is, this is basically the same, right? You know, solid syntax, you know, but you know, here's our logic around the loading stuff. This is basically the same, right? But the difference is the to-dos section where we had all that logic. Yeah, we have the error layering, but then it's like I'm creating an optimistic store, I'm setting a few actions, and everything is just handled for me. You know, this is an example. Like there's some interesting stuff we're doing here for matching add, but generally speaking, the actions you do optimistically are the same as if the thing wasn't even async in the first place. You're like, if you want to remove a to do, how do the optimistic state is you filter it out of the list. If you want to toggle to do, you find it and then you set it as completed and get the fine-grained update. So, I mean, there is a secret other hidden difference, obviously, is when both systems are working optimally, Solid's version will still be more optimal because it's fine-grained. But like, that's not what I'm here to count too much. Like, I mean, but you get what I'm saying. Like, because like if I go in here and I go into like our to-do component and do something like console log to do, you know, then like we should see like console clear. We should see 2 of these when the page loads up. Yeah, we do 2. And then when I click these like this through the whole optimistic cycle, except for it clearing on like deletion or something, you're not going to see any more to-dos. We're not rendering it again when I'm doing like these fine-grained updates. No one's suspecting that, but also when it's refreshing from the server, we're also not re-rendering again because of the data diffing. So like, and when I go like this, you know, I end up with 4. Oh, it's because of this failed add. It added it again. But like, you get what I'm saying. Even when it went from impending adding to final addition, we didn't run it again, except for this case where it errored. It's a slightly different case, but like so there's obviously going to be a couple places, but like generally speaking, the component runs once, even through the whole optimistic window. Yeah, so generally the approach I've taken here is the same. Like technically you could cancel your, how should I put it? You can write logic to cancel your stuff in flight or in the middle, but there's no reversion mechanism. We're working towards a single future. So like look at the anatomy of an action. I guess it's the best way to look at this, right? Yeah, here. Like, I'll just pick one. Like, maybe this one's the best one. Remove 2. We're setting some kind of optimistic state. We're doing some async work, and then we're doing a refresh or another. It could be a set. Like maybe you took the results and you set it. Then you're doing some reactive update. If something happens before this, canceling is fairly straightforward because there's like the cancellation will just cause the optimistic state to lift, right? When when this update is done, when this action is done. If you if you're doing this, once you hand it off to the fetch side, like you're saying setting some state or doing some kind of refresh, if things fail on that side, the UI picks it up, like the error boundaries or whatnot. So like these are just two systems that really feed nicely into each other. If that makes sense. And I'm gonna pull up a picture to help visualize why this is important in a minute. But I think I'm gonna move on from this for a second. I just want to show that async first, which is the idea of like kind of in Solid, this is actually kind of a blend of Svelte async APIs and React's async guarantees. We've kind of merged them into a single system, and that I believe is what true async first is, because Svelte has the API of it in the sense that like everything is async and it just kind of works, but it doesn't have the same guarantees as React. React has the right guarantees, but has to, because it has to deal with this, isn't going to just pull the rug on everyone. The funny thing is they made really smart design decisions early on that almost align it perfectly anyways, but this is very hard to deal with. So why this is important, I'll get to in a second, but you can already see that we remove a whole class of issues structurally. By making it declarative, we basically made it like, we basically designed out the edge cases, right? Like, okay, let's continue. Sorry, I'm just gonna look at my notes here for a second. Okay, right. So that's async first. The other goal I said was isomorphic first. If we go back here, and what is isomorphic first? It's kind of like this pattern that we kind of started pushing with solid start and kind of got replicated into TanStack, and then Svelte kit started picking up a lot of the same primitives that we were using. So it's again kind of a similar vein, but the idea is this is just a double down on the SPA. Yeah, sorry. There is no distinction between what null undefined as a value and what simply not loaded in yet. That's another bug that you often find in classic async things. In this system, there is a differentiation. Null doesn't mean not loaded. Null means no value, because if not loaded, we throw. So there is, yeah, like, yeah. You can use a compiled summary with it. Let's see if you still think that after we finish where we're getting to. I think there's a lot of the conversation I had from the guy with Datastar was almost perfect, and I might be misreading what he said, but I started realizing that he basically wanted an example or some benchmark or something he could build with Hypermedia, like HTMX type stuff, that would really show off convince the single page app people this was the way to go, because he doesn't just want to like he doesn't just want like people. It's not just the fact that he thinks that most apps don't need to be single page apps, which I could agree with him on. He thinks that single page apps don't have any reason to exist, like that the whole category, the whole type of approach to JavaScript has basically no value, and people should do that on native apps or mobile apps and not on the web. And the problem is, for the people who believe that, we actually have examples that don't make sense for him to do and he can't win at. So his only option is to say that this can't be a thing. And I mean, it's perfectly fine, and within his range of scope that makes sense. But that I think a lot of people who come up to me and are like, yeah, what about HTMX this? It's just like, I can show you something that doesn't make sense to do with HTMX. You can tell me that it's not important, or I'm doing the wrong thing, or we shouldn't look at the problem like that. But you still don't really solve it nicely with HTMX. You know what I mean? Like if I think that it's important, if I think that is the shape of the problem, that our argument isn't going to get anywhere. And I think a lot of people taking the server first approach are just missing part of the picture. That's why you can have really great architects people really knowledgeable in these things say, basically make that claim and still be missing it. People reloading on pretty, or they're yeah, I mean a little bit, yeah. Yeah, I know. But yeah, I mean, but there are like things like Datastar that let you use signals along with Hypermedia, so you could kind of like shift the balance, for something that's really client side a bit more to the signal side there. But um, I'm getting there. Just it's like almost exactly where I'm getting to now. So um, uh, the idea here was that we pushed so hard on server first, but mechanically, as much as we try and hide it, the mechanism is isomorphic. Like essentially, there's been this tension in the web since the beginning. There's a client and a server, and one perspective of single page apps is that that's where we're pretending that the client and server don't exist as separate things. We just want one app representation, right? And that's not a real reality. There is a server, there is a client, there's a network in between. This is not something that we can just pretend doesn't exist. But a different way to look at this, and a more mechanical way, is if you had the ideal system that handled all the scenarios, let's say one universal approach that handled all the scenarios, there's certain parts of that solution that exist in those different ranges. And it kind of just comes down to how you can, the ergonomics around actually wiring and piecing these pieces together. And sometimes when you force a certain abstraction for simplicity, you cut off parts of the picture. And like the one that gets me all the time, and I think this is the one that everyone feels about React server components generally when talking about Next.js. It doesn't have to be implicit in React server components completely, but where that feeling is, if you have client-side routing, like mechanically, what happens when you have a server component page, when you're actually routing page to page? Yes, it goes to the server to render the content, but the routing, the actual like way the rendering, everything slots in, is actually client managed, right? It's not just the pure browser managed. We're no longer saying, hey, browser, reload the page. We are taking control. When you try and make abstractions hide that away, and I'm not saying necessarily that Next does that, but I think that's kind of also tie on to stuff like HTMX perhaps, is that you start getting a fundamental misalignment in terms of like what the abstraction is versus not. Now, something like HTMX, for example, is perfectly consistent through the fact that we're just using Hypermedia to swap out HTML panels. But it has no answer for shared state, for client state. It basically treats ephemeral state or client state as something that doesn't exist. Because to solve that, you would have to somehow get that state also on the server. Now, if you have WebSockets, if you have live view or something like that, you could argue that that is a perfectly consistent model that's server driven. Because of the persistent connection, you could keep all the state there and you can do that. But you still are dealing with something that is real, the network. The client interacts, it still has to get to the server. There's still there's still a layer that happens where you can do something on the client without the server. And without appreciating that, that's why the key kind of disjoint is, basically when I was talking to the Datastar guy, I was like, I gave him all examples that were optimistic update driven. And he was just like, I refuse to accept optimism as a real thing. And I'm like, okay, that's convenient for you, but think about offline first or sync engines, or there's a reason the SPA reality is they've been optimizing for immediate reaction instead of viewing it just as like bad optimistic UI. Like think about things as like a eventual consistency standpoint. Like I understand distributed systems are hard. It's very easy to say like, well, the server is ultimately the source of truth, so we should just wait for it. But in practicality, all the work in the single page app world in the last few years is about immediacy in the client. I am not waiting for the server. So whether it's optimistic UI, sync engines, I mean, you could like any kind of mechanism that lets the client get ahead is basically the test, the benchmark. And if your system does not handle that or handle that ergonomically, then like you are missing part of the picture, right? Apps are multiplayer games. You know it's good when the release is about React. People need context. Wait till the conclusion. Okay, so my the Isomorphic-First framework, is kind of just aligning the mechanics with the reality here of what we're doing, right? I don't think there's much. This is important, but what it actually kind of revealed is something that we talked about a bit about on stream, and this does to your point. That's the difference between a web page and a web app. But I think there's a more general truth, and this is one I think architects can appreciate. I had this on my screen most of a good chunk of last stream, and I realized that these are three really real realities when you start viewing the world as being derived, and this is tying in to all the stuff we've been showing. There's a reason the solid to-dos example is simpler. There's a reason that even the multi-click one was simpler in these examples. Is instead of using effects to write to state, instead of doing all these imperative state updates where we're tracking all these things, we made everything essentially derived. And so why is this out of, so I put a console log in there. And like it's funny, it's literally this little one, like 2-line function. It's like get the to-do, server, source, apply errors, error overlay, and then this creates the set to-dos here, which is the optimistic overlay that we apply on. But it's a derived overridable system, right? And this drawing is actually the whole scope of front-end development. Like this is the universal thing. And maybe, classically, front-end frameworks live here, right? Like this is where the front-end thing, state management. I called it mutation, but this is React, right? This thing here. This is where we live. This is, front JS framework, right? This is the classic space. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to just pigeonhole React simply in here, but whatever. I don't know if I want to make this visual, but JS framework. Okay, let's just put this in here. This is classically where we've sat. This is where we came in. We lived in a world where you had a server and you had to, I said refresh, but it's more like reload. Like it's refresh, reload. You get the idea. So initially, our JS frameworks have basically sat completely in this layer. We treated the server as someone else's business, right? Just a view layer, whatever. We realized it wasn't just a view; it's actually a view and a ephemeral data model, which is why we have components, not just MVC on the client. But the model, not the view model, and not the view, not the component. We knew it was somewhere here, but we didn't really care to define it. Obviously, when we added SSR, we branched out this way, right? But when you talk about something like pure HTMX, it's basically only concerned with this zone, right? Right. It's concerned with how it does its reloading. It has granular reloading because it doesn't require reloading the whole page. but it's over here, right? This is what it's concerned with, right? HTMX or whatever. Like this doesn't have to be a full page reload. Maybe I'll continue using the term refresh, but this is the mechanisms it has working for it, right? I'm on Twitch. I'm always on Twitch at Ryan Solid. And I'm also on X, yeah. And we got the Twitch link. Sorry, let me drop that in. Sorry. I used to post something on X that was like, now I am live on Twitch, but then I stopped doing that because Twitch X had its own mechanism, right? Here's Twitch. All right. So yes, and there's a comment here that Datastar is kind of like both or isomorphic, right? And it kind of is. This is not a pure range. It's just I want you to understand, like, because in a sense, when we add when we control the server functions or the server components or whatever, like the APIs and stuff, we're taking on this responsibility. I'm just talking about traditional responsibility. But this layer also kind of sits on the client. But most solutions never had us like recognized that this was an actual thing, so to speak, right? Like it's hard because when you have just the two of these, you don't really need to think about these in terms of derivation or data flow. Like you can just be like, oh, I have an app that does these things and just syncs up with a server. You don't view it as part of the same system. But once you're looking at this end to end, you kind of have to. And what's interesting about this is previously this layer was not very easy from like to represent, because these each have their own life cycle, right? The request, the client side ephemeral state, like how long the component's mounted, and this one is actually so ephemeral. It's not even the UI, like, so this one's like, you know, let's say request scoped. This one is what are we gonna say? This one is component lifecycle. This one to call interact through transition. I almost want to call it an action these days. It doesn't really matter. Actions in our definition aren't this, but I don't have a good term for this. Anyways, my point is this one is scoped to like, it's scoped to the action though. I like, you know what I mean, like a user action conceptually. Call it transition, but it's like range of time, right? This one has, you can say this one's a range of time as well, but like there's a definite life cycle consideration here. And when you try and mix life cycles, things get messy. And we need a way of communicating or being able to do this kind of split. And this is why this example really resonated with me when I was talking about this example. And even the React implementation ended up layering it on as errors, which I don't know if that's how we would do it. I'm trying to think back to the Remix Trellix demo. And the Remix Trellix demo basically, they basically layered on the mutations and the errors in the same thing. See, and I think this is where the fundamental split happens. The Remix treated optimistics, they treated both the optimistic state and the errors, like because they're part of the submission, part of the action, as the same kind of thing. It's a reasonable thing. You have the server data and then you have this layer on top. I realized that these are actually two separate things. The optimism is the time-based thing. And it was always hard to know when to clear the errors. It's because the errors are not tied to the optimistic state. The errors are something that actually persist and live within the lifecycle of the component. So this is why this split is so easy, because server truth, client level, which is actually like, where I'm getting my errors from. I called it mutation, but essentially the client level are things that kind of live within the component lifecycle. Like when I click add to do, I remove it. It's something that's like part of the kind of UI lifecycle, the state of being errored. And then the ephemeral, which is, where this optimistic state lives. This goes away whether it's errored or not. But because we have this data diffing engine that can kind of apply these together in layers through optimistic store, we don't lose references, we don't cause re-renders, we keep things fine-grained and update. Some people compare this to a sync engine, and they're not wrong. The UI layer feels like a sync engine, even though the backend, this part doesn't care what the transport engine is. And it's because of the fact that we can have these things exist together as separate layers, but then be reconciled together. And going back to our drawing here, it gives clear separation. Like errors actually belong here in the client overlay because they persist past the range of time, right? It could also be success messages. If you had success messages, they would end up here as well because they have their own, their time is managed. They're not connected to a specific window. I hope this makes sense. Go up to the duration of the state update. Yes. But I mean, it's scope to the range of action state update. It's the reason we use generator functions actually, because we have to tie these things together. If we didn't tie these together, you'd get those race cases that we saw in that other example. This is why it's yielding and refreshing in the same kind of pocket of time. It's because we need to say that this optimistic lasts not just while we do remove the to-do, but also until we know what the stable state is, until we've actually done the state change too. Because if you don't do that and things overlap, you're going to be managing craziness. So, okay, let's continue, I think. So, once you start understanding the characteristics here, you start seeing that you basically structurally remove a class of edge cases by being async. You've created a home for a whole different category of statefulness that can manage its own life cycles in a consistent manner. You start understanding why this whole model kind of just collapses together, right? And it's based on these async first and isomorphic first principles. They just feed right into the exact same model. And I threw something together, or AI helped me throw something together, and I'm going to run this past you all while we kind of just look at this. I think, did I share it? I did. Copy share link, I'll post it. This is very rough. Like this is why I'm not publishing as an article right now. I want you to understand. I want you to put all the pieces together to understand what this actually means and what this means for AI. Okay. The era of coding is being replaced by the era of system orchestration. As AI agents flood our repositories with imperative fixes for async problems, the architecture's primary challenge has shifted. You're no longer managing a team's output, you're managing complexity depth. I know, AI writing stuff is always, in a world where AI can generate infinite working code, the framework you choose is your only defense against technical entropic collapse. So one, beyond the loading Boolean. In traditional frameworks, loading is treated as orphan state, a manual Boolean loosely pinky promise to sync with a signal. This is a structural flaw. It creates a gap where UI and data desynchronize, leading to the race conditions and flickering that define modern web dev. So, Solid 2 standard. We've moved the async logic from implementation layer to a reactive runtime. We treat all state not as a static point of time, but a temporal tuple, a now and future value, right? When you say latest something, you're asking about the future value versus the current value. Everything is, when you talk about optimistic data, you're talking about the future value versus the current value. Basically, we've modeled time into a tuple, essentially, two values. And this is incredibly powerful. As you saw, it simplified these issues. I remember when I watched the Remix 3 review or unveil, and he did that drop down, and he's like, don't you just want to say, loading true, fetch, use my async abort controller, and then loading false, and just call it a day, right? Ryan's incredibly poignant at pointing out people's pain points, because the challenge we've had with React was this challenge. We did a whole bunch of state stuff that's supposed to protect ourselves. We structured everything properly, and we still introduced all these bugs. It's like, oh, we need a abort controller. Oh, we're missing our cleanups. Oh, we have in-flight stuff that canceled. And no one feels this more than the Remix team, who basically built Remix on this React. They didn't have like modern suspense. They didn't have views. They didn't have any of the, stuff that React's been adding React 19. They took this React and tried to make something, that gave people the guarantees they want, to the point that they got so frustrated. They're like, we're going to just do this ourselves. This complexity is us. They felt like they're fighting it. Like, it's like, why is there a use callback all over? Like, what is even going? Yeah, sorry. I mean, this is an action, I guess, so they can use callback. But I think they started seeing React APIs pop up in places that just didn't make sense to them. So they're like, screw DSLs. Let's just give you naked vanilla code that any AI can generate, and it can have at it. And then you just kind of wire it in as simply as possible, call update yourself, call it a day. And I found that argument compelling initially, but as I started coming around on it, my perspective at least is the exact opposite way things should go. Because you're not actually solving the problem. You're just taking us back to a state where we didn't have abstractions that got in our way, which is a good thing. But you have to, when you step back, you have to be able to step forward. This tuple approach makes a lot of sense to you? Good. So I'm calling it out right now. This is a big deal. You see hints of this everywhere. Let me mention good old David Corsid, XState. He is so against like the Boolean craziness, right? Like he's done conference talks on like practically, I feel like, on why Booleans are terrible. But it's not just that. It's state. It's using, like he's like, look, most things aren't Booleans. They're enumeration, but you can still have combinatorics of enumerations that don't make sense. The actual problem is, in order to model something that is just outside of your range of easy modeling, you usually have to create abstractions using the building blocks you have. It's not your fault. It's just these are the building blocks you have. So like if you don't have the right primitives to describe the problem, you're going to use a whole bunch of other primitives to try and make up for it. In the case, you're going to be like, okay, I'm going to need an effect, and I need all these states to manage the temporal state of the loading, and also the pending state, and also the concurrent state handling, and the forking of visible versus not visible values. Like there's a whole category classes of these things that now suddenly will leak into your state when you don't have the right model to represent it. Okay. So number 2, determinism by construction. Architects know that the gap between an action and a resolution is where the bugs live. If AI writes an effect to bridge the gap, it is a coin toss whether it handles cleanup or race conditions. Solid 2.0 standard. By treating the feature as a first-class citizen, the signal itself, we eliminate manual orchestration. You don't handle a promise. You define a topology where the UI is a perfect reflection of the value's timeline. What made signals so powerful were that they were a single point in time, right? You can be like, look, this is a snapshot. Now, by adding this extra dimension in terms of like now and future, we've basically applied the same solution to time. Right. It turns into a structural impossibility, right? We've turned the most common UI failure into a structural possibility. You don't get, like, when you, like, we kind of joke about how we solved waterfalls. Like, no, there's still possibility for waterfalls and data waterfalls, but it's not going to be caused by the structure of UI code. It's by your actual data connections. Like, there's a whole classes of things that just drop off the end when you don't give people the approach. Now, you can say this is very limiting, perhaps, but it's also just aligning the model to where the reality is, which is something I feel like we have the ability to do. The reason we have the ability to is because we've been very fortunate with Solid. Solid 1.0, we got a lot of things really, really good right. Like, it's the reason why we haven't had to change it in 7 years, really. Like, it's worked. We did not get the async story completely right, but everything else has been good. So been pretty good. There's been a few little things to the point that most of the stuff is cosmetic that I need to address with Solid 2.0. Like, that's why there's some renaming stuff and like a few little pieces there. There's a few key behavioral things, but it's important to understand that because we had the right abstraction with signals, we had the right way to like model the application, even though this is like a significant change, in the actual feel a lot to the majority case of users coming in here, it's just going to feel like Solid 1.0 still. Like, it doesn't feel like the huge breaking change, because we didn't have to shift very far to get here. We were already doing the right things. Whereas I think a lot of other frameworks, in order to get here, they actually had to like shift to say like what Solid's doing and then shift again. So like this is why I wanted to spend a little bit more time here, because I feel like this is going to set us up for the next 10 years in the same way we've been set up for the past 10 years. I didn't show this on here, but the funniest thing about looking at this table is just how old the JS frameworks are. People don't like, and this is publishing time. I wrote Solid more like 10 years ago, but more than that, like over 10 years ago. But the thing is, the newest framework on this list that we're doing here is actually SolidJS, and that's 8 years ago. These are not new tools anymore. Svelte 9 years ago, Preact, Angular Core 10 years ago. So this is like when they switched to Angular 2. This is Preact. The oldest framework on here is actually React, and then Vue. And I think the age I think this is a fairly accurate showing of age, on where these things are. It's kind of funny because it makes Angular look newer, but to be fair, Angular 2 was like a different framework. So yeah, this is a long time coming. Okay, let's keep on going. Guarding the main thread against AI slop. This is where it starts getting interesting. AI favors a path of least resistance. In virtual DOM frameworks, this results in heavy re-renders and efficient hook chains where humans eventually lose the ability to debug. Solid 2 standard. Our fine-grained reactivity is the only architecture capable of absorbing the volume of code generated by autonomous agents. By providing a transparent runtime, we ensure that even unoptimized AI output runs with surgical precision. The code remains a readable graph, not a black box of side effects. Right, because once you turn this into a directed problem, graph problem, once you turn this into being a derived problem, like, it's what I was trying to show in the other example. Like, I could have got to it with the exact example too, but it also, then I'd have to add a bunch of code to actually optimize the specific rendering. Solid, when you wire it right, is optimal. So like, the as long as we give primitives that give the way to represent the problem and basically put the orchestration in the background in terms of how to manage this, it keeps things very modular. So you can have AI working on these different parts together in a system, right? This is something that React realized with its component model, but our rendering continues this pattern all the way down, right? So stability is a feature. Stop chasing ephemeral features and start building on foundations. Solid 2.0 is designed with long-term stability of the web, focusing on pure computational primitives that act as a permanent bridge between your logic and the screen. We don't want to help you write code faster. We want to ensure that the code you write or the code your AI generates is correct by default. That's the pitch. And I think when you view that angle, this makes Solid also an AI first framework. As I said, I wouldn't have considered myself an expert enough to make this classification previously, because I didn't use AI. But what I've seen in a very short time suggests to me that all these characteristics the basically what I call this. This is temporal determinism. Sorry, I'm terrible at naming sometimes. Is all of these elements basically streamline the architectural constraints here in such a way that we abstract away the hard problems. All that's left is describing the intent. And I think this is the whole like language parity kind of question. This is what makes Solid 2.0 interesting and like a big deal, because by baking the async semantics into the reactor graph, by making it part of the system, we have basically solved all three of the directional goals in one burst. We've solved async. We've given us a way to understand the modeling of client versus server versus clients versus ephemeral. Like essentially, we now have a model that's consistent through this range. We can't be like, and like works well. I think this is the gap that this is what we're like, what spas and everyone are chasing right now, you know? And, you know, why I'm very interested in stuff like local first. And importantly, this makes sense for AI. It makes sense for systems that basically need to generate your code and amalgamate it together. It makes sense for you now. I talked about this the other day, where I said that, actually, no, let's pull this tweet out while we're here. Yes. Yeah, that's my data star conversation. Let's go to my profile. I was talking about this the other day. The next few years are interesting. Despite the popular belief that the world's going to slop, things like this tend to do the opposite. We've been blessed working as software to have one of the greatest professions. We can take an idea all the way to product, distribute it to users without leaving our desk. And while when scaling this up, we can benefit from specialization, we haven't always needed it, which is a key point, right? Most other fields had historically craftsmen, people who are experts. You know, engineer might design something, but they're not going to like pick up the welder, so to speak. Like we had professionals do this. Where in software, we just did the whole thing ourselves, right? We were the visionary, designer, artisan, salesperson all in one go. I think AI paints a pretty clear picture. Software engineering is finally going to resemble other engineering disciplines. The skills and expertise need to fall more in line. This is a huge switch. It changes the way we teach, it changes the way we hire, and it changes the skills we value and how we measure success. It shines light on long-held misalignments. Success by lines of code is like operation in an industrial revolution if they measured it by like the size of their electricity bills. The profession isn't going anywhere, but if your current job is equivalent to, I said basket weaving, but honestly, it impacts the craftsman somewhat too. You might need to examine where you stand. And I think this is part of this, because Solid's always been a framework that appealed to the architect, right? It's not, it has a certain elegance in design. It has a certain transparency. It gives you control, and it gives, you know, it gives you this incredible amount of power, which in some cases can be wielded in ways that, you know, maybe aren't good. But on the other hand, it is structured enough to give you the guarantees that make you feel confident, right? Like the glitch-free propagation, all these things. These are things that make you feel confident that you are building, you know, sorry the pun, a solid product. And in that age where we're going, if you believe along with what I'm saying here, and if you look at the constructs and stuff we're doing here for engineering, we're the logical choice. Like we are in the exact spot that we are meant to be as a solution. Solid is designed to cater to you. And I'm not just talking about the people on this watching the stream. I mean, it's literally designed to cater to the future engineer who starts up a product. People talk about, oh, I'm worried about this, you know, React and onboarding new people and all this stuff. The way you're onboarding new people is already changing. This is why college grads have been having a hard time at first. I think that's going to change really quickly, because college grads are fresh clay. I think there's a lot of potential here of people realizing that the actual problem is not them. We bring them in, teach them the way they need to be taught. It's going to take some changes on, like, your level 6s or level 7s, or, like high level engineers, specialists, ICs, like on that end a bit on how we interact. But we have to actually change the structure of how we do software engineering organization. And I feel that SolidJS is perfectly aligned with your goals and the future here, because by design, we literally help with that problem. Let's see what chat says. Yeah, I did coin fine-grained reactivity. Yeah, it's fair enough. Maybe some of my stuff hangs on. I actually saw something recently, AI, what was it called? What did I call it? Async-First. I think I coined that one. Although there's a different Async-First manifesto, which is not what I'm talking about. What was this one? Yeah, this has got to do with Agile. But yeah, I'm not going to find it. But I actually saw other prominent people in the ecosystem like do podcasts actually using the term. So I guess maybe the coins, maybe that's not the worst. My calling influence loose includes modeling. Reading article here is exactly what I've chosen effect to. Trying to give elements the only right thing to do. Effect is great, and I think there's a real natural fit between Solid's. I mean, I haven't confirmed this, but my gut is between Solid's action API and effect are going to be very, very good friends. I think that our general process for describing UI, like the get side, is beautiful, and I think the way we incorporate async into the channels thing, where all the complexity is going to lie now, once you make this beautiful projection of your data through your UI, is going to be in your event handlers, in your effects. So like that's where the mess lives. Effect seems like a good tool to wrangle in, and I think my hope, and I'm going to look into this a bit more when I get a chance to look at effect, but my gut is effect and solid actions are going to be like bam, like this is part of that same narrative. Right. It's cool. It helped you rapid prototyping ideas, so you're not just stuck in the thinking space too long. Yeah, it did. It did help me a lot because I get stuck on thinking, not because, not just because like I'm overthinking things, which I mean I tend to do, but because I recognize my lack of resources. So I've realized that a little extra thought ahead of time saves me a lot of time. Like it was absolutely essential while I was building Solid 2.0 to think a lot, because if I was just like, okay, I'm just going to do that, I could waste days, weeks doing the debugging, going through the whole cycle, and then being like, yeah, actually this doesn't work. And I just wasted 2 weeks. So yes, very much so. Yeah, greenfield problems are not a problem. They can avoid adopting new brownfield projects. 10 years cannot afford it. Well, the funny thing is, AI might change that math. A house for an architect is a house for only one person. It's true, or a small number of people, but I think you're gonna like that's where the engineering field is heading. You're gonna have, like, don't get me wrong, the capability of the average person or is gonna, because of AI just being able to like the thing I didn't say in that post was because of AI being able to just like let you go generate an app, do this like vibe code and get easier and easier and easier. The capability that the average person will be able to do, or even like the slightly technical now, is going to extend incredibly, right? It's democratizes it, makes it accessible for everyone. There's still going to be experts. I think we're seeing a case where specialization actually starts mattering more, where it hasn't previously. It's long TypeScript giving confidence, yeah. I haven't looked at effect enough to know what the impact of it. I think part of it is understanding that some code, like we love declarative code from the perspective of like, like with UI, because it's the best representation and where most things should live when we're designing user interfaces. We want the synchronization. We don't want to think about how synchronization works. there, but like RxJS or like a few other things, there's a zone that is events. There's a zone where there is a sequence, right? And now in Solid, that's very well defined inside of the action primitive. That's where the sequences belong. And I feel like maybe effect is a better way of describing that. I don't know effect enough to know that though. All right. Parent COBOL communities convert COBOL. Sorry, AI communities convert COBOL. I believe it when I see it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's. I mean, the beta fixes all your external problems. Great, because we're almost this. Brenly is my secret ninja. I mean, not so secret. I think he's kind of well known in our communities for posting all those great like how to get started with solid articles and like wrap your mind around like the mindset. But he's been like testing and implementing stuff with the beta. When I was talking earlier about solid start and tan stack start, like basically already working on the beta somewhat, this is his doing. So this makes me very happy and confident to continue on the stream, knowing that the release I did at the beginning of the stream apparently is in a pretty good shape. Okay, so I've already spent almost 2 hours on it. That's longer than I was hoping to, because I want to get into breaking stuff, obviously. But I think, and as I said, people might disagree, but I think this is a big deal. I need to tighten up the messaging. I need to get here sooner. I need to figure out how to communicate this to people better. That's why I tested on people on the stream, so to speak. But when people talk about, oh, React has the bigger training models and all that, I just think about this, right? This is what comes to my mind. React knows it has to change, and it has been changing. So we can't stick our stock in this in the past. It just, the future, for me at least, is clearly here. Whether other things are manifested alongside this, sure, but this has a lot of inevitability to it. I like you mentioning COBOL, just on a side note. COBOL is like the perfect example of like of the thinking that AI almost closes the loop on now, right? Because COBOL, for those who aren't familiar, is an like old programming language that they tried to use English to program, which, as you imagine, is clunky, doesn't work very well. But you get the intention. They thought, well, how do we make programming more accessible? Let's make it less mathy. Let's make it feel like English, like you're just talking to the computer in a conversation. I'm pretty sure that's how they sold it. And ironically, now we can. So it's funny to see that go full circle. Yeah, we can. Sorry, 2 hours memory marks to be loaded to mirror error. It's kind of yeah. The Arid is my least favorite. I have to admit. If you guys can come up with a good name there, I'd be pretty stoked. Loading is what I wanted it to be, and I wanted like loaded. Um, loaded isn't quite right. I like the verb. I like the present tense, not the past tense. It's just errored is I had no choice. Do you really want to type that? I'm just I want to I've been trying to get away from some of the language here. I don't want to use the term transition anymore, and I was hoping to get away from the term boundary. Catch, but what are you catching? The funny thing is we actually did this bike shedding already, like in the Discord channel. Uh, so I mean, yeah, we got some RFCs up there. The funny thing is, you guys might have thought I'd go through the RFCs on channel. on stream. I went through the RFCs on my last stream in detail. I don't think anyone's paying attention. No one was talking to me about it, but I literally reviewed all the RFCs on my last stream last Friday. So like, but I want to get into some real code. They are the most self-documenting. It's true. I was just hoping that we could. Sometimes the most self-documenting name is like Microsoft API names, and it's like it's tricky to, you can go too far down that line. There are two hard problems in programming. Ryan spent previous talking about async, which is problem number one. Now we're talking about naming, which is number two. Okay, let's keep on going. Yeah, let's move the conversation forward. I hope this is at least more clear to you now that the pieces together paint a complete picture. This is not just about async first. It's not just about some specific feature that we're doing. It's like, oh, can Solid do blank at this? Because then you're just back to the checklist. It's about presenting a model that, by its very nature, gives confidence. So what's the best thing to do when you have a model that gives confidence? Let's try and break it, right? Like this is why I went this way with this stream, because I part of it is I think there's bugs. I know there's bugs, and I want to find some of them. Second reason is I built so many primitives. You know how we were talking earlier stream, how like no one knows about Solid working on other platforms, or like all the features we have. Solid 2.0 is like that too, because in a sense, the primitives are so powerful. And even though I've streamlined them, there's actually less primitives now than 1.0 in the core. The overlap or interception of the primitives together create emergent patterns that even I can't foresee the outcome of all of them. Like it's like these things work together really well, or they should work together really well, but they can take us to places that we've never been before. I don't even know where they're going to take us. So I had a few ideas of things I wanted to try to kind of play around with that, and to kind of help do that. What do I want to call this one? React to do's buggy affordances. Call that. Keep that demo for later. I saw vacancies for SolidJS for hotel reservations that work on TV. Yeah, Lightning JS is actually a big deal. Comcast, Xfinity, like Peacock, Universal, and like all that stuff. They use Solid a decent amount on their television apps. So I'm actually, now the beta's out, I'm actually really looking for feedback from those guys. I know Chris is on it, and I'm hoping others. So like, I would have engaged them earlier, but I really want to nail the reactive system. Okay, so what's our setup here? Did I break something? No, this looks good. Okay, what's our setup going to be for this? Well, I did a couple things. I'm going to share these on stream because you guys probably would appreciate them. I made 2 templates essentially on Stackblitz. I should update them now that I know that we have, is next to the latest? I think so. We have beta 1 out, so let's update these. I tried to just take the stock Stackblitz template, and all right, hopefully that does it. And this is, I beat an HMR working again. Now, this is solid HMR. This is not, like when I do this, you're gonna see the circle start spinning. I have not solved the fundamental state preservation thing. I don't know if I'm going to solve that anytime soon. We have some tricks around it, but I'm not. But we have HMR, which we haven't had until now. So right off the bat, Awesome. I'm going to drop this template in the chat in case anyone wants to build some solid 2.0 stuff. This is a good starting point. Oh yeah, Bell 5. Yeah, there you go. The TV app for Bell in Canada also uses Solid. TV apps. To be fair, Netflix really wanted to use us. Like really, really wanted to use us. They were trying almost anything to do it, but ultimately they decided at the time that it was too expensive to migrate the code. Because you're in trouble when someone reaches out and is like, can we like turn off the untrack on the top level of components? And you're like, no. But because they're like, then our stuff basically works. And it's like, yeah, not the way you think it's working. Okay. So first thing that I want to talk about in terms of breaking Solid 2.0 and is I actually want to play around a bit in here and let's fork this. I don't really care about the logo or any of those things. I actually don't even care about the styles. I'm going to treat this like a dumb playground. Okay, we have a div. And in our div, we say hello. Okay, perfect. Okay, sweet. Let's continue. Okay, so let's do some basic stuff here. And I want to see how this plays out because I haven't tried the latest with this, but let's do something that let's make a counter component. Should we do a counter component? I don't even know. Maybe we should just make a button component. I don't really care. Let's make a button component. Return button. And what do we want to do? We want to do like on. Let's do something here. What does our button component have? It has on click. I mean, I suppose I could spread it, but I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this on purpose. I'll click. And then children, I guess. Do some children here. And I think that's probably fine, right? And then we'll make some state here. We can do like const count, set count. Let's create signal 0. And then we can maybe use our button and show count. Yeah. Sorry, I don't have any linters or anything set up, so I might not be able to see any mistakes I'm making while writing this code. Oh. Yeah, I guess whatever, it's just a TypeScript error. We don't care. Let's go on, click. We should do on click. We should go set count +1, probably. Sweet. Oh man, my counter is not updating. Why is my counter not updating? We're gonna break it in lots of different ways, or try to. Well, I just broke. Damn it! I broke Solid 2.0 already. Broke it already. Counter doesn't work. See, this is. Are we not on a dev build? I was like doing all this setup just so that I could do this. Are we? Is this not on a dev build? Oh man, why is this not on a dev build? This makes me sad. this is like this defeated the whole purpose of what I was trying to show. Why is this not? Are we not on it? I want to see something. Let's. Oh, we just broke solid in a way that I wasn't intending to break solid. Why is this not doing this? Let's look at I just want to sanity check here that we're on the right. What are you doing? It's like really annoying when I'm trying to like show off the screen. What am I looking for? Actually, it's probably this chunk that I'm looking for. Actually, recompute can work. It's like so annoyingly narrow. It's because I have my screen blown up so I can show it on the stream. Recompute, where are we? I just want to see something really quickly. No, it is there. What the hell is going on? No, this is supposed to tell you that you can't destructure props. That's why I was like, what, like, are we? Do we have am I hiding something here? This should, this. This, yeah, I'm actually really disappointed that this is not showing the error. Because, I mean, let's try getting to it more directly. Props.children. Right, because that's sad. This is what happens when you don't have a chance to test this stuff in these environments before you do it. So annoying. All right. Well, so much for the first part of this. One thing that we added in 2.0 was more guardrails. So like this is supposed to error. I mean, we could try and trace why it doesn't error, but essentially, I mean, okay, let's see if we get there. There's only one reactive read in this whole thing, right? So if we go to read the read function, we should be able to see this check happening in real time. Not that one. This is a bad check, just on a side note. But we should be able to get here. What are we reading right now? I'm sorry to use this as a debug session here for a second, but this is part of what's going on. What are we reading? We are reading computation, it looks like. What value is a function? Okay, this is got to be like... Okay, let's try the next one. Makes me want to go back and fix it so badly. Yeah, these are the dev components. I wonder if the dev components are actually getting in the way and we didn't realize, or I didn't realize, because it never gets to here with. If we go edit breakpoint strict read, so like it's true. I don't think I ever get here because something is like, yeah, this was a fix that I did in literally beta 1. This actually works in beta 0, ironically. I'm gonna sanity check this just because it's bugging me, but no, it's just broken. Lovely. Yeah, I think my guess is what's happening is that the check is getting overridden by the dev components. And because in the solid environment we like don't have HMR and like the dev components, that it's actually messing with it. Okay. Well, good to know. That's a bug for me to fix. The what we should be seeing, so that did not take us long to break solid 2.0. Sweet. What we should be seeing here is that and I'm gonna go back to 1. What we should be seeing here is that depth solid chunk. This lovely message. Reactive value read at top level of component name. So it would say top level of button. Will not update. Move it into a tracking scope like JSX computations or effects. That's what should be happening here. Basically, we now have a runtime warning when people destructure props or try and like, use stuff at the top of the component or at the top of control flow without actually like wrapping it in a function or wrapping it in some computed value. Old team at Apple using it. Yeah, solid, no public facing app like Apple Music though, yeah. Linter is good. Linter is not perfect. Linter also over reports. Like it'll catch destructuring, but there's a chance that it will also over report. I wanted to make sure that there was a mechanism that would actually hit you at runtime as well. This is dev only. Yeah, that's why I thought I wasn't on the dev build initially. Okay, so let's move on. I thought it would be a good opportunity to show people so I fixed my problem. I now am accessing it inside the JSX, and now our counter works. Okay. What is it? Is it? I forget the component type. There's a type with children, isn't there? Component with children. I can't remember. Whatever. Children, JSX, element, whatever. Type JSX, whatever. Okay. TypeScript, be quiet. Now, there's another one that I want to show off. Again, I don't know why anyone would ever do this, but I'm gonna make. So funny. It feels harder to make this example than it is to actually do it the right way. But let's do this. Let's create a signal for double. We'll call it 0. And let's, for some unknown reason to me, let's create a memo that set double to count times 2. And then we're going to show count and double. Maybe we'll put a space between them. There we go. Hopefully. Okay. Yay. Okay. That works. But it kind of isn't great. So we actually have a warning here. Signals written to in a known scope. You shouldn't be writing to signals inside computations. See? So again, this is a dev warning, but this is another important key piece. Some people accidentally create like weird side effects inside their tracking scopes, like they'll call signals and stuff. Now they will know. So these are the two like main kind of guardrails that we have going on. It's hard for a linter, especially if this is abstracted into like another function, like someone did something over here, like function update. Actually, I'm not going to pull it all the way out, but because I want to reference, but let's say someone did something silly like function update double and value number, and then like did something like set double v, right? And then they're like if someone like did some level of indirection, you want to make sure that you're still catching this, right? Like what if they yeah, there is a certain amount of colocality of like the setter not being this is like one of the reasons I love read write segregation, because like I can't just like put this here without passing the setter through. Like there's a certain amount of control. Like if this was like a framework that didn't do that, someone could easily like just be like oh, log double, and then like do something like, you know, v dot value, you know, like plus plus or something, you know. And this have no connectivity to where the stuff is. Like you know, like say console log something but increment something. The caller here who called the innocuous looking log the double, you know, and like, I mean, I'm just making a different example now, but pretend that like we use dot value instead of functions for some stupid reason. Now, like they could be writing some actual derived state, like const, you know, something, right? Doing something completely normal looking, and then someone introduces some kind of garbage inside a function that gets shared that just happens to be called under this scope that mutates the value that was passed into it. And like there's just all sorts of bad that happen from this. Is the runtime warning completely necessary? Maybe not, but like because of the scoping means you can actually always see where the set double is. But you know, more guardrails are helpful for people, I find, and it costs us basically nothing. It does. The reason is, and I went over this on a stream and I don't want to recap it for everyone again, is although I think I wrote it up as a hack MD, so I can share it again if people care, is that there's a reason that you don't want this kind of write happening, but there is um, there are certain places where is it ever safe to write a signal in a derived computation? There we go. Good side reading for people. Basically, there are places where it's safe, but most of the time we want to force it into a constrained pattern like firewalls. Like in order to get projections to work, which are derived stores, we had to make it consistent, and in order to do that, we had to make a mechanism that ensured consistency through state writes, because basically projections are an example of where you write to signals inside a computation, like that is the scenario. But I also recognize that cases like for or map array are actually micro projections. They're just ultra optimized. Instead of using proxies, they're designed to be like very to the point using manual signals, and it's like special cased. And if as long as you can keep the certain guarantees, like the shape of the problem, you can technically do it. So technically there is an override here. Like Solid has a lot of like yeah, okay, you can do it things like, calling untrack will make it so that that top level thing that I showed a moment ago about how you shouldn't be reading top level, if you explicitly call on track on it, we're going to say, okay, I guess that's your intention, you're trying to have it not update, right? I don't want to advertise that because like 90% of the time, that's 95% of the time, that's not the case. So if I put in the error, like, oh, just call on track, people just call on track instead of actually putting it in the JSX, which is what they're supposed to be doing, or putting it in the reactive expressions. But similarly for the pure write, there is an option to say like, yeah, look, I know what I'm doing. Pure write, shut up. Like, don't warn me about this. Don't, there is a scenario. And if you care, here's a document to explain how consistency works and what those actual scenarios are. Right? Yeah. So I covered this on a stream previously, but it's very technical. The good part for developers is a combination of the tuple design and causing read-write segregation, and this warning means that it's very difficult to introduce weird inconsistency stuff by just doing that. Now, you might be like, but I want to write from state, and be like, and honestly, I get you, but I really, really want to discourage you from just like, there's lots of things like you're like, oh, I have a prop that I care about. Like pretend if you want the button was the one doing the doubling. You're like, I've got this prop, right? This isn't a good example. I'm trying to think of an example. The most common case is like when you have internal state where you're like, I'm going to maintain my own state, but I want it to be resettable by the parent, like in a for. And in those cases, you like, I need the synchronized state. And the solution to that is, I'm like, why am I not relying on my demos? I have a demo for everything. Funniest thing is Ryan Florence's has historically made some of the best benchmarks and demos ever. His natural feeling of the pain that developers feel is really good source of finding good demos. I'm looking for states. Okay. Perfect. This is a good example of this, right? Because this uses some async. The fact that it's async doesn't matter here. You can pretend that you don't like the fact that this is calling get states as async, and get cities as async doesn't really matter for what I'm about to show you. But if you need to synchronize, like you got some data and you're like, okay, but I have a selected state, so I want it so that when I change here, we select the first thing. Like this is state synchronization in a classic case where you like, if you're using use effect or something, you would like do the fetching and then you'd set multiple things in that location, and it might trigger, if it's cascading again, set other things. But the answer most of the time is just derive it. You know, this is a signal that's derived. So whenever states change its source, it will select the first one automatically. But you can also override it temporarily. So if you have props coming from the parent, just derive a single from it. The answer usually is not untracked. You know, like I think where people are naturally gonna like hit this kind of thing is like they built their component and they're like, okay, I have state in here. So they're like, okay, I have const, because they update it locally. So they have some value, right? And they're like value, set value. And they're like, okay, create signal. And they're going to be like props.value. And they're going to read this. And right now, this is not erroring the way it's supposed to. But right now, they'll get that warning that says, you're reading this at a top level thing. And they're like, oh, what? Like, they'll get that warning and they'll be like, what? And if they're like, okay, fine, I'll untrack it, right? But the actual answer is most of the time you actually just want to do this. You actually just say, look, this is based on this parent value. When it updates, reset my state, and I'll override my own state. That's basically it. And I mean, the source could be props. The source could be, as I'm showing in this other example, it could be the server, right? If you view everything as a derived world, then you know, you can just go from there. You can just this whole system is designed to build overlays, whether they're optimistic, whether they're mutation based. We're essentially recognizing that all UI is derived from data and data derived from other data, and almost all representation is just the application of overlays over that, right? That the data, the server is the source. We even have sources entwined, right? Because when you change this, it has to get the cities, which is a different source, right? So states is a source, cities is a source. They wire together, dependent graph. But the key here is we didn't need any effects to synchronize anything, right? Now, what is true here is effects are still important, special, whatnot, because if I kind of go back from this and get back to our example, let's say I really need to do this. Like I have this crazy need to do this. Well, let's say you're like, okay, no, I need to do this. I'm going to create effect. Ooh, right. But let's pretend you do this. Now, in old Solid, you would just do this and be like, all right, I'm good. Well, this one's going to type error because this is not what an effect does. And in fact, I don't even know if this doesn't even, yeah, this it's not good. Okay. So you find out effects are split. So what you do is you add a second function here, right? And when you click the button, it works. But that's not good either. A signal is written to in a known scope. Still complaining at you, as it should, because you are calling it during the tracking scope. However, if I swap this around and say that this effect depends on count, and we'll just make this V, and actually not the right return type because we do on cleanup returns like React now. And you say set double here on the back half, and we click it, still works. And it's not going to complain at you because, well, I don't want you to write to state effects. This is perfectly valid. The consistency problems go away because you're not trying to do it while you're reading it. You're doing it afterwards. This applies after all of the graph is settled. Basically, we finished our reactivity, and now we're going to apply your change. This is valid. You know, like if you're reading from the DOM and you're like, oh, I need to set some signals, I'm doing some animation stuff. So it's perfect. Like, while 99% of cases shouldn't need it, you can still write to signals from effects. The split just actually makes it really clear where the responsibility is. You don't write here, you write on the other side. So yeah, this is something I found over and over again as been worked 2.0. Everything every design piece makes splitting effects seem like the only thing that makes sense to do. Like every single problem you hit, it just aligns perfectly. Yeah, I think that's a good idea once we have docs. Why even have I showed this a little bit earlier, but the reason why is because the control aspect. It's the same reason that I was like really happy that we didn't do dot value and the setter. Choosing create memo is a statement. Do you know what it is? It's const versus let. Why does JavaScript have const? We don't need const. It's not actually read only. Why is there const versus let? That is the difference. Memos are const. They're like saying like, look, you can't mutate this. That's odd. Oh, I think they're just. I have like both my parents calling me, and then like it's my little guy's first birthday today, so I think that makes a lot of sense. Not destructuring set state is also a statement. Yeah, I don't know what that statement is though. It's like use callback and use memo are the same function. Yeah, I mean, yes. The problem with this is once you set something in an effect, you remove all guarantees. That's the end of the graph. A lot of people have this like weird perception that it's all like it does ping pong. The reason it ping pongs is because like you basically broke the chain. Double has no idea what its sources is. So when you're reading double down here, it doesn't know like if it depends on like if this was async, like it was doing some async work, it doesn't know it depends on async. So it doesn't know if it's stale. You broke the chain because like the effect knows it depends on count. Double doesn't know it depends on count, right? I mean, the reason this feels so silly is that like the solution for all of this weirdness that we're doing here was always because even you had this come up with an initial state that didn't match, right? Like the solution was always just count times 2, right? Like why are we even talking about this, right? Ta-da, like it's the problem is people think differently, right? We're inclined often to go imperative. And I think AI is like this too. They're just like, okay, I got to do this, then this, and this. I call it the shopping list. So there's a question is like, should you just go along with that? There's one philosophy that you should like maximize people's way to do that. And if you can come up with the right abstraction piece, you can do that. I mean, in fact, React is a bit of that because they're saying, look, the whole component reruns, you can write whatever garbage you want in here, and we'll do something at least reasonable with it, right? But the alternative way of doing it is like if you can apply a little structure, you've now eliminated a whole class of issues. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Yeah, Luca probably doesn't have much knowledge of anything I'm doing right now, at least, but he's you might hear him crying in the background here and there. He definitely tries to get in my office when the door is closed. Almost walking. All right. Okay, so where are we here? Yeah, so the weirdest thing about talking about it this way when trying to break stuff is like I have to start from where people are at, like patterns and stuff in React. Whereas if I started from scratch, you wouldn't. It's actually easier to do the right thing than the wrong thing. But people don't know to do the right thing, so that's going to be the gap coming here. What's going on? Sorry. Yeah, that's what I thought. All good. Getting Discord messages doesn't matter. Okay, so let's continue. I think this is most of like what I want to show on the warning stuff and about so people going to get the effect stuff. I've also spent a bit of time showing off the async stuff. I want to take things a little bit farther here. I'm a little bit disappointed about the warning stuff. I'm gonna have to find a pattern or stuff to fix the warning issue. But the other thing that I did here is this template is good for just playing around, trying all the new features. Is there anything that people are particularly interested in? Drop it in chat. I might not pull it up right away, but if you do have any questions or things you want to see, let me know. But otherwise, there's something that I want to try here, and I'll show you that in a second. Let's go back to our dashboard, and I'm just going to delete this clone because I don't actually need it for anything. So let's continue. I also need to update this one, but I also made a very basic SSR clone. This one probably buggier because it's doing SSR with hydration and whatnot, but it is a similar template. Let's go to beta 1, save. Just Vite, but Vite's pretty powerful, which is sweet because I was able to set up like the simplest app where, is index even used anymore? Yeah, I think this index is a is actually garbage. Oops. The way I set up this app was entry client calls hydrate on the document, entry server calls render to stream. There's some manifest business here, and then the app is literally just a full HTML, JSX HTML page with a signal that swaps the page. So when I switch, I think there's a loading boundary. That was a lazy component. We're just testing some features, but generally speaking, it just navigating, does HMR, hopefully. Yeah, good. So SSR HMR works. And it's server rendered. I made like a simple silly routes example. So let me share this example with all of you. So this is another template you might want to work off of. So Performance 19 good enough currencies for large orders, it's still below it, or what a big diff in the compiler. I mean, okay, that's a fair question. And I want to talk a little bit about this because I haven't performance tested Solid 2.0 basically at all. My last time I tried it, it's funny, my initial version before I added R3, which is theoretically a faster signal library, like in the JS framework benchmark, we were actually slightly ahead of where Solid was today because we fixed the memory issue. So it was like, but then when I switched to R3 and new versions of Chrome came out that were slower, we actually ended up like 0.01% behind Solid today. So I consider it a win though, because the reason I consider this a win is when you consider that the way Solid 2.0 works, where everything is basically a transition, let me like the goal of Solid 2.0 was to do async, and I'm gonna get away from benchmarks and talk about the compiler in a minute, but it's related. So I'll talk about it here is what I wanted to kind of point out here is if Solid, wherever it is, where are we right now? I can't even. Oh, did we not? I guess we didn't. Oh no, here it is. Solid's right here, right? Okay, sweet. 1.111. So maybe like, let's pretend the new version is 1.12 right now. I'm hoping to do some performance improvements on it, but let's focus in on React for a second to hopefully help answer this a little better. So not which frameworks, none, and then let's just compiler, hooks, use transition hooks. Yeah, these are the three I want to look at. Now, React hooks implementation, originally written by me actually, little thing. It's been improved over time, so I'm thinking, but I think I was the one who actually originally did the implementation for it with a little help from Dan Abramoff. Super hand optimized, understand exactly how renders cycle works. Very, very thing. Compiler version is removing all those hand optimizations, but keeping it structurally the same. Usually these versions are very close. Something in the thing showed where it shows that the compiler is actually like slightly slower than the hand optimized. I'm surprised by this. I think this is variance. I think between different versions and stuff, they should basically be the same. The one I want to highlight here is use transition, which is where when we wrap everything in transitions, is like almost it's like 30% slower. And the reason I want to bring this up is that Solid 2.0, because we're not using a compiler trick to do the transition stuff like Svelte to handle async, we're not like looking at that, we're literally doing a runtime thing, it's kind of like the use transition version of this. So I actually had a really tough challenge because I had to make the use transition version as fast as the not use transition version, essentially. In React, there's a gap, like a significant gap here. And in Solid 2.0, we've actually succeeded, basically allowing the use transition abstraction to basically not cost anything. Now, is there a chance it'll be slower than Solid 1.0, like by a fraction? It is possible. I'm hoping that the other improvements will actually balance it out, but it is a consideration here. And for people who don't want this async behavior in transfers, like, why did you ruin the performance by 0.001% or whatever just to get a feature? I think, as I said, I think that feature is really important. But I wanted to kind of point out the two things here. Even if we take a hit, it's for a very good reason. And in the scheme of solutions, it's incredible. It's like pretty impressive feat of engineering to actually get this without a cost when it's purely runtime. How solid work is it easy to add single ripple? I mean, people have done this before. You know, there's compiler things. So, you know, like, was it solid labels? I'm gonna finish your other question, the other question in a second here. Solid labels. GitHub. There we go. It's just it's SolidJS labels. So there's like, I mean, there's different kinds of things. Like this is a library that was released like 5 years ago. It's kind of funny because there's only so many places you can go in the design space when designing these things. So the fact that Svelte runes and ripples kind of stuff kind of looks similar to something that we released years ago is not surprising to me, but it's still kind of, it's still, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like we didn't consider it. So the answer is yes, you can do this. Do I think it's a good idea? No, not at all. But you can definitely do this. Which is getting to the thing. Benchmarks will never show you the value of the React compiler. Which is where I mean, I'm trying to think. I mean, I could go on it, but I've done actually 2 whole streams on why I don't think it is. I can link it. I think, I mean, I'll link those, but I will also give you a short answer as well. The short answer is that what you're gaining in syntax is not worth it in either complexity and masquerading what's actually happening under the hood. You're killing transparency. Like the thing is, if you can use it to optimize, in a way, I will accept that. But generally speaking, doing it for ergonomics is, I mean, there's places where you can maybe encode restrictions, which would be good. Do you know what I mean? Like when I first saw Svelte stores, I was like, or like they're equivalent to our stores. I was like thinking like maybe they would not allow them to be mutated outside of the file or something, but they changed that to do that anyways because of like they felt it was too clunky. But like the compiler can do some stuff that's like pretty powerful for restrictions. But if that's not what you're doing it for, and if you're not doing it for optimizations like that are actually necessary, then like the, you're not like you're saving someone a couple characters for basically nothing. Now, if it is the core to how your approach works, and the ergonomic boundaries are a big deal. Like Ripple needs this to in order to like make the ergonomics match with the experience, then I think that's a perfectly fine argument. I just, since I have literally no need for it in Solid, I have no need to do this. Yeah. So like, I mean, where do I want to start? There's SolidScript using compilation for syntax from what's this is a decent like overview of the positive sides of things that I was thinking about. This is I did that stream like 4 years ago, a long time ago, and then I did one more recently. There's also the cost of building a language, which is a really good stream. If with Dylan, which building you this is one of my favorite streams of all time because it makes me really it's both incredible what they've accomplished, but it also makes me like hate the idea of building your own language compiler. Like in terms of it really highlights what the overhead is. And then the last one is I had a second script, reactive script one, I thought, but I'm not seeing it at the moment. Yeah, here it is. Revisiting SolidScript, reactive compilation. Yeah. Again, I don't expect people to have the time to do it, but hopefully the timestamps can highlight it on any key points people might be interested in. Yeah. I mean, there's reasons people do stuff or design certain way. This is just my opinion on the thing. It just it basically adds the most minimal value at a cost that I'm not willing to pay. It just doesn't, from my perspective. Okay, so back on why the React compiler, 5% improvement, like really just quickly here, is because it doesn't make React faster, it makes your code faster. It's basically it does two things that are really powerful. First of all, it basically adds all the memoization in so you don't. So if you miss memoizing every last callback or whatever, it's probably better at it than human error involved. And the second thing it does is it forces you into a stricter structure, which is very in line with what I'm talking about here about temporal determinism. Like strict React is less likely to get you in trouble. So the compiler kind of guides you along that path so that like you do the right patterns. Both of those things will drastically improve the performance of your React app, but they don't make React faster. So like basically, I know Joe Savannah doesn't like this. He did a whole talk where he was like, oh, the compiler doesn't make it faster. Well, look at this, it makes it faster. And it's like, knowing how the compiler works, I'm pretty sure, while no one would actually do this outside of a benchmark, but everyone always does this in benchmarks, like you could write the same code by hand without the compiler and it would be as fast. Do you know what I mean? Or maybe even faster, because you could specialize the case. That's the problem with benchmarks. People write the most, they don't always write the most idiomatic thing. They write the most like performance focused version to get the best results. And there's a good reason to do that, because like pretend I am writing a benchmark and I have Solid and Svelte and a whole bunch of stuff, and I put React in. If I don't go 100% to make sure React is as fast as I could possibly make it, someone could point a hole and say, oh, you're not being fair to React. Someone might look at it and go, that's not idiomatic React. I think you should like do idiomatic. And you're like, but then the performance would be worse. But me not being a representative of React, if I had to choose between idiomatic and most performant when representing in a benchmark, I generally have to go most performant, right? I actually asked this question a couple times, like the Svelte team, when I was working on this, I was also migrated to the Svelte 3 benchmark. And I'm like, do you guys want the fastest version or the idiomatic? And the Svelte team was like, idiomatic. Mad props to them, because that's what they care about. But you don't always get an answer and you have to choose that. So from that perspective, benchmarks are never going to do it. And even like the React team was like, oh, look, we have a benchmark showing it. they're showing idiomatic code versus the thing, which is I think a better real world comparison. But the truth of the matter is, anyone who's catering stuff to benchmarks will have already made React faster. So then like you see like a 5% or basically no difference. Faster equal at worst, yeah. Yeah, there's some planning around like backporting some old primitives, so we don't need create a resource anymore because literally every case is just natively handled by the signal system. So Solid will be comparable faster to compiler or like more. No. I mean, Solid's already way faster in benchmarks than it. So I just was trying to show that with Solid 2.0, it's like we have our own transition version. So it might lightly, like fractionally, impact the performance compared to Solid 1.0. But like we're sorry, I didn't show this, but maybe I should show this. We're over here, like, well, I don't know, 12 items up. React and all green. React is like over here. Preact. Am I there yet? No. I'm going. Angular, Emba, Elm. I'm almost there. More Angular stuff. React, right here. So like, I was trying to show that like, I was talking about it from two purposes. Sorry if that was confusing. No, not really. Like, there might be some cases specifically, but the thing is React's render model. I don't want to. I want to get off talking about React because like I've covered this before. I was hoping that I'd just do it quickly. But I'll just say not really, no. And without trying to explain it, we'll just continue. Sorry, it's just because I've talked about this a ton in the past. Okay. Well, what I wanted to do, I forget how I got sidetracked to that, but what I want to do actually is I want to look at the SSR example and I want to start doing some fun stuff. So let's fork this. Did I post the SR? One of the things that I thought would be fun to do is we can get rid of this lazy component. Let's just delete that. I don't care about this routing stuff. Let's just, only thing that I'm gonna pull this, the one problem with this setup is this file can't reload because, or it's a full reload because it's literally the head of the document. It's like all in the server. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to just kind of like gut the reactivity out of this. And then we're going to move our actual code into something else. Let's just make another file. We'll call it, I guess we can just keep on using home. Let's just keep on using home. All right, if I use home here, it's still possible for me to kill HMR sometimes. I don't know. Well, I'm still getting my hang on it. Okay, that's fine. So now we have that. Now we have home. Home updates. Yeah, okay, we're good. Without doing a full page refresh. Yes, it does. Okay, sweet. Now we can do some work. Let's go to work. Um, yeah, I mean, we covered that like 20 minutes ago, but the short answer is, and and the short answer is that we want to know all and I actually covered it at the beginning of the stream too. We want to know all the dependencies up front before we run any side effects. It's super important for an async first model. Brennell's already made it. Yeah. The funniest thing is, we don't have the full SSR single flight mutation version, like the full picture, but because we haven't done it like with solid start and server functions yet. But the thing is that mechanically it looks like that to do MVC I made. We basically crushed the whole demo into a single primitive, the create optimistic store, that basically just handles everything. So Strello was again, Ryan Florence, best demos. Strello was really instrumental for us because it really gave me an idea of how projections and stuff should work. I wanted to make it so that anybody could literally make a Strello demo like this and get the right behavior, and that's what we've accomplished. I could try and go digging for Brenly's version. If he's still around, he could share it. But it's not all that different in a sense from the to do with affordance example that I was showing earlier. Okay, so what do I want to do here? Well, let's do a couple things. First thing is let's create some reactive state const. Actually, you know what? Let's just jump straight ahead. Let's create some data, and we'll make a memo, and our data will be 5.4 initially, and then we'll just do something like put it in our document data. Okay, sweet. Home 4, sweet. Now we're not surprised about how any of this works. Okay, so let's up our ante a bit. Let's make this get data, and let's return new promise, resolve set timeout, sorry, I needed that set timeout. Actually, I think I can do a shortcut. I can go like res 1 second, and then what I want to set it to, which will be 4, I guess. Actually, we'll set it to 5, so just in case. And then we should be able to just change this to get data. So now it's coming from the server. That's cute. What was cute about this, that I thought was cute about this, is did you see that the HMR automatically handled it? It like actually loaded the 5 in. But you'll notice something. First off, the page is blank for a minute. And the reason for this, well, what's wrong with this? Oh, right. We should be more clear what we're doing. String number. Sorry. TypeScript's great. So you're like, oh crap, it's blank for a page for a second. Well, the reason it's blank is because it took the server a second to respond to getting this data initially. That's the reason why you don't see it, right? Because we now support top-level data fetching in 2.0. This is one of those things, right? We didn't break it just because I added it. I mean, this kind of sucks. To be fair, this is like Next.js back in 2020 or something. Or like Remix in 2020, or almost every JavaScript framework except Marco in 2020. You do this thing where you prefetch some data. I mean, it's nice that we can just fetch it in our component, but we're not sending anything onto the whole page load. So, I mean, what should we do here instead, right? I don't want to wait that long. I think a smart thing to do here might be to wrap this in a loading indicator, right? Because I was trying to think of what I needed, but loading feels like something natural. And then ironically, we'll just put loading in here. And then maybe we'll do this. So now we don't have to wait for the server to respond. Our built-ins automatically work, but for TypeScript's sake, see, it's actually in Solid. I'm pretty sure loading's in SolidJS Web 2. We always re-export because of the thing. So yeah, there we go. Sweet. So now I don't have to wait for that whole second. It'll show me something and then it'll come in. So that's useful. So, I mean, this is probably kind of expected by nowadays, but for us, this is new. Introducing async even on SSR doesn't necessarily need a loading boundary. It just means the whole page will wait, you know, for that data. This way we don't have to wait. Now we can do this, but you could picture a world where you want part of the page to wait, like the top header. You're like, you don't care about it, but like you could be like, okay, you know what? Let's get a little bit, you know, let's pretend we actually have an H1 out here, right? And page. All right. But if there was something up here that like we really needed to not share on the page originally, so how about like hello name, you know, and then we were like, okay, let's do this out here. Let's go name equals create memo. So funny because we're faking these timeouts. It would be so much easier just to like new promise and then res, and then this one's going to be a string, right? Promise a string, and then set timeout, and then res 300 milliseconds John. We have to update our imports, so we're going to do an import, create memo from SolidJS. Does that work? Yeah, I definitely still have some. Oh, I don't need to keep on reinstalling it, but I definitely have some HMR timing gotchas I need to get. But what my point is, now when I load the page, it waits for hello John, but doesn't wait for our slower homepage loading, right? So it doesn't like. I mean, we're streaming. This is our streaming protocol. Like when you add loading, you add streaming. So it streams in, right? Can you wrap loading? Oh yeah, I mean, sorry. The reason I didn't do it was because of HMR, but we don't really care, you're right? Like if you're like this is not my concern. You're like loading is not we just need to show our main page. It will handle the loading. We can just go, okay, screw that. Keep this here. Now, obviously right now there's no loading boundary, so it's going to wait for the whole thing. Parallel fetched, side note, like it's not 3,000 plus. Like if I make some stupid numbers here, we're only gonna wait for 3 seconds, not 6 seconds, right? Like 1, 2, 3, yeah, you know. So the hierarchy isn't at play here. It's waiting for both of them. But in our example here, realistically, if we're just like, you know, we actually only want to guard this. You know, this is where we want to actually put our affordance here. And then we can do like fallback. Maybe we have more details here, like we know what we're loading. We're like, we have a component or loading data, right? What's my unexpected token? Oh, it's sweet. And then let's put loading here. I mean, this is your UX designer's concern. This is not your concern too much, right? Like, you were fine if the page just waited the whole time, right? You don't really care. So, and this is part of the model why I think it's so powerful, because where you put the loading boundary doesn't matter. Where you fetch the data doesn't matter. You're not passing promises around. You can just like play around with this without like changing the API surface of anything here. I mean, if you wanted to, you could have, I don't know why, but you could have fetched this in the top component and passed it down as a prop. You know what I mean? Like, should we do that? Will that illustrate what I'm talking about more? I don't know. I need to. If in a real app, you would probably like have this in a different file, like an API file. So I wouldn't be copying this stuff around, but like, sure. I mean, let's just fetch these in parallel, and then we need get data here, move it into our app. Sweet. Okay. So the child now has, what did I call it? Data. Child doesn't even know that it's, I don't know why it has a loading boundary when it doesn't even know if it's data's data, but oh, I keep on reinstalling it. Okay, whatever. Same UX consideration, right? It didn't really matter where you fetch the data. I mean, it's parallel in both places. You pass it through some props. It just happened that your designer wants to put it down here. I mean, good for them, right? We didn't have to change this now to accept promises. Like, if this was an existing component, I don't. Does this all make sense? Yes. Yeah. I mean, that's how Solid always worked, right? The problem is that we didn't make async first class before, so like, but signals have always been about reads. Async's all about reads. Async is not about like writes. This is like the fundamental disjoint when people like talk, like people focus so much on set state, and it's like, no, like it's all about being able to show what's there, right? So yeah, anyways, for my purposes though, I'm gonna bring this back in here because it doesn't belong up here. I mean, it could, but it doesn't matter, right? It's fetch where you want to fetch, no waterfalls, you get the idea. I'm gonna should I keep the loading in here? I mean, I could keep the loading in here. Like, why not? I think it's probably just safe to have the loading, but if the loading's in there, it doesn't matter because nothing triggered it. So we're just never gonna hit that loading boundary, but we can keep it in here just for fun, right? The only reason, like, if we move this inside, then it would do something. We'd have the double cascade loading, right? Because you didn't want to wait for name, so you set a loading streaming boundary. But for our example, I think we wanted to wait for the hello John before we did it. So again, it doesn't really matter, right? Like, everyone's following, right? Okay. So let's keep on going. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I got a lot of inspiration. Like, React server components making top level. Like, this is, remember PPR? Everyone's like, PPR, or not everyone, just certain people were. And I'm like, what, isn't this just streaming? I mean, PPR is like saying like, oh, if this is above or like PPR is just this. Like, do I? Everyone's like, I hate. Everyone sees this and they're like, I hate loading spinners, loading, even though there's not that many. And they're like, look, there's no initial loading just for that. Yay. I mean, that's the gist of PPR, right? I mean, there's a whole bunch of technology and stuff behind it, but the gist is if I went to this memo and said instead of like hitting a database, I put a cache on the front of it. I was like, oh, actually, if you already have this at the edge, maybe in a KV store, sorry, let's make it PPR. Let's make it 0. It's in a cache. Ooh, there we go, PPR. Uh, partial pre-rendering. It's a Next.js feature that uses a whole bunch of infrastructure to ensure. Basically, the idea is that a CDN on the edge can cache the static parts and then respond immediately, while the server closer to the database streams through, which is like good, generally speaking, like from an approach. The reason I'm just being kind of funny on the devil's advocate side of things here is because the CDN is going to be faster conceptually, although in practice not always. I actually did a comparison where I showed that it wasn't necessarily, especially because the way like Vercel and like a few of the like providers reuse like Amazon or Cloudflare underneath the hood, which means that they're doing the bounces anyway, so it's like you're not really winning. But like it's essentially like having a KV cache on the data side, rendering up to the first suspense boundary that matters. So this one, let's say, and then it's like the rest comes that. But if you look at this took a second because it went to a server somewhere. So it's like it's not that different than if I just put the thing on the edge and then had an API server. Now you're like, what about all the waterfalls? Well, yeah, waterfalls are real, but the cool thing about the isomorphic model here is this is client side too. So you're used to solving waterfalls. Like that's literally, and the fact that we actually have like the parallel fetching and everything built in helps a lot with this. But like literally the design of apps is designed. We have patterns like route loading, hoisting, and all these things that basically solve waterfalls. So like, while it is true that you have server waterfalls, or because you're farther from your database and that makes them slower, you shouldn't have server waterfalls at all. Like it was funny. There was a campaign for a while from like the Vercel guys. Like I call it a campaign, but it wasn't like an official one. But they're like all sitting there like on X being like 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 almost like server waterfalls and like the like CSI Miami shades. You know what I mean? Like as if they were a good thing. No, they are. Waterfalls, no matter how small or big, are never a good thing. It's like we've made them like okay, essentially. But I mean, if you get to a point where that's the problem you're solving, then focus on coming up with a good solution for that problem rather than actually convoluting the whole complexity of the whole system just to get around that. It's similar. We've been working on stuff a lot at the same time. Svelte had a had a big influence on our API design, and then we kind of in turn back like this like non-blocking fetching thing was not in the original because their stuff's are tied to the component in the compiler. Ours is built into the runtime. So it's a little different. It's like our signals are actually async, where in Svelte, it's like they have special component compilation that basically does similar thing. The biggest difference between the two systems right now is and this can change in Svelte in the future and probably will, is that they don't have the same transition guarantees that React does and Solid does to prevent certain types of race conditions. And their stuff isn't as queryable, right? We haven't talked about is pending or latest. They have eager, which is like our latest, but they haven't. Our async conceptual tuple, where we have the future and the past, is actually askable at anywhere along the whole reactive graph. So it's like it's very first class, where the Svelte model has eager, as I mentioned, but and you can use eager to compare against actual to actually get the same sort of like question asking. You can go like, does eager count equal count essentially, and then you kind of but we've kind of made this a first class citizen, and actually because the coordination's through the reactor graph, we aren't kind of restricted by any kind of component boundary concept. Yeah, well, see, here was the problem I was having here. It's like we we could create async, but then what the hell do you what if what if sorry, let's give me an example. What if I mean what if what if this is no longer a memo? What if you want it to be a signal? Right? Right? I mean, you could derive it, obviously, but I just started thinking, I was like, like, what if we wanted to be like data, set data? Now, this is fine, but button on click equals set data. I mean, I could have made a counter d plus 1. Ironically, though, I actually, you know what? I think given the UI shape, and this is a funny thing, people always point to me about edge cases, but that they're worried about with this model. But the truth of the matter is, it builds itself because you're like, why would you have the button to increment if you before you loaded the section in? Do you know what I mean? Like, this is kind of common sense here, right? The question is, right? So the interesting thing I'm finding is that it's swallowing the first couple clicks I'm hitting, which I'm not actually sure why. Is it just not hydrated yet and it's like really slow on here? That, but then if that was the case, the hydration replay should be working. Anyways, you get the idea. So I can ask any signal that returns a promise if it's pending. You can ask any signal and any downstream signal of it if it's pending. You can make this and then be like, const double memo. I don't know why create memo deleted itself, but and then go like, oh, I'm data times 2, and notice no null check here, right? Because it's still access a number. We'll take care of it. You can ask double if it's pending. It'll know. Yeah. Sorry, I'm catching with chat. Yeah. No, I think it's by design. And this is like the craziest thing I'm probably gonna say, but you know how I don't like is signal. I'm classic opponent of this. I want any function to be a function. This mental model, which might be completely crazy, is like I don't want you to ask. I want it is async. The question is, am I now or am I in the future? That's the only question I want you to ask. Right? Is the pending? What's my latest value? I don't want you to worry about the propagation change of how many promises chained into this promise that caused this, and when this, just, do I have the value or don't I have the value? Like, and if I'm not done, like I don't have the full value, what do I got so far? Like, those are the kind of questions. No, as I said in the announcement, we like I literally, and people have been following the stream. I literally just like dropped this the last couple days. The stuff will funnel out of the ecosystem as it goes. There's people working on Solid Start that, but this is beta. Like this is like we are we're getting early feedback from libraries. We need to just I at one point I would have done this as an alpha, but the truth of the matter is we spent so much time consolidating the AI, or sorry, the API, and we move. And I feel like these days, because of the interactivity we have, between communities, like Discord, because of just like the way we build, we just move, and AI, we just move so much faster that it's not. I would have released alpha for like this week and then switch to beta next week. Why do that? Well, here's the thing. Have a timeout for loading to not show the loading fallback for some time and just hold the past. Well, if you haven't seen this thing, there's a reason I called it suspense, loading, not suspense. We never go back to fallback in this model, ever. Never, 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 ever go back to fallback. This example is a little weird because the source is async and then went down. But let's pretend that double is now actually our API, right? So we're gonna go get double. So now we get value and we're gonna do v times 2, right? And now instead, this is just a counter. The counter. I didn't mean to do that. I just trying to write count, but that's cute. Set count. And now double is get double count. Okay, sweet. And then now we set count to increment. And now this is showing double count. Okay. So now, and I'll show you something too. See how we didn't go back? I'll put count in here too. 0, 0, 1, 2. So times 2 equals that. Sweet. Looks good. All right, cool. Yeah, I haven't added suspense list yet. Yeah. Yeah. This is why this is the whole joke of the release. Um the whole joke of the release of this suspense being over is this is different. This is why I renamed it, because this is a async. When I say async first in React Brain, this means everything's a transition. Yeah, yes. But you can ask, this is why the whole question people are asking about this, because it's like, what if you want to show stuff? Well, the problem is you needed different affordances anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like, usually the you could say that, oh, I'm okay going back to loading every freaking time, but this is jarring. And usually your designer, as I was mentioning earlier, is just like moving the thing around and going, okay, like how does this like if I want to show that it's pending, I mean, what I want to do? What's pending? Span. Can I apply CSS to the span? Closing bracket. Okay. Can I do something like style? Not spell check. Style. Opacity. My favorite gimmick is pending. Is pending count. I guess I could ask on double too. It doesn't really matter. 0.5. Otherwise 1. Yeah, something like that. There we go. Grays out temporarily while it's loading. I can hit it like 4 times and then it'll just jump to the last. Yeah. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Probably. Yeah. Yeah. The loading semantics and being able to do stuff in the background make it a little bit special, but yes, I imagine you can create that experience if you wanted to. We haven't actually done an official release. People have made branches where they have it working, but the oh yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah. There's so many APIs here. You can also call refresh. Yeah, yeah. I feel like I've covered this in previous streams, which I understand not everyone watches every one of my streams because they're terribly long. Um, but yeah, I mean, yeah, it was there. If you want, like, there, it's good to kind of start from this like basic example to work out because when you get to the end of the chain, it's still very simple, but you might not understand how we got there. You know what I mean? Like the final like Strello type demo or like the to do MVC with the affordances that I showed earlier on this thing has a lot of behavior. Like, look, the disabled is pending. If you when I was showing this thing and I was showing how like this drop down works, it was just kind of leveraging that. But I wanted to push some boundaries on the stream. I wanted to try some stuff that I haven't tried yet. So how are they should one of the beautiful things, and you can ask anyone who's been involved is hand stack query used to just wrap create resource. The fact that our primitives are so encoded with behavior made it really easy. So like I remember the first time it happened, and for me this was kind of obvious that this would happen, but it shocked the people actually making the integration. They literally just went and wrapped create resource with handstack's query invalidation logic essentially, and then they just took a solid start app and they just slotted it in to a component, middle of the tree, whatever, nothing fancy, not doing hoisted preload or any of that. They just stick in the tree and everything just worked. Streaming automatically worked. Data serialization automatically worked. Every piece of it just worked out of the box. Invalidation, like they literally didn't have to do anything special. There's no like, oh, is this suspense mode? Oh, how do I handle the serialization string? It literally just worked. And this is going to be, I imagine, no different than that. They'll have to be like, if they have a dot loading thing, they're gonna have to like do the is pending themselves inside to mirror the APIs, just like they were calling the loading signal before in the resource. Like there's wrapper pieces, but because the system is so consistent, it doesn't. Handstack query becomes exactly what handstack query is, like a caching invalidation layer over async. Like it's not their worry. We make sure that all async works properly. They just give a nice interface and some caching. I hope that answers the question. Like, this is such a good way to approach this. This is why it's like some people, it was crazy that React never had a data fetching answer until recently, because it was like the whole ecosystem had to kind of like guess or work their way around this. When the answer is like, especially this simple, when it's like, just make a computation, like a memo, and pass it an async function, like done. Like serialization is automatic. I need it for hydration. I mean, we could talk about ways of opting out or doing other things, but yeah, it's automatic. And actually, we have modes, which are one of the cool things we should probably try today. Yes, let's get there. So, okay, let's not worry about double count. Do we care about double count? Let's skip back a bit, because what I really want to do is do. I'm gonna undo all this derived stuff and go back to just get in the data and put in the data on the screen. Are we there? Yeah, we have data on the screen actually. Maybe I should. Yeah, all the way back to me just getting the data and putting it on the screen. What's before that? No. Okay, I'm cool with this. Data on the screen. Okay, let's continue. So what's fun? Know what's fun? Async iterators. Those are fun. I actually almost want to like use Gemini to do this because I this is my lazy AI move. Can you write a little JS async iterator that yields a value every second up to 10 times? Yeah, let's do that. Sweet. So much easier. Second counter. Beautiful. Let's do this. So now let me see what this looks like. All right. So do I just get data this? Oh yeah, I do. Sweet. Okay. Now we have a stream that goes up to 10. Okay, sweet. Okay. So let's see what this does. Unsurprising to any of you guys, we never... Oh, it didn't work. It worked. Okay, so what happened? When I reloaded, it stopped working. Uh-huh. Interesting. So it worked client side, it didn't work server side. We have a bug here. Okay. So let's look at what we were actually getting here. Network. Let's see if it's an SSR problem or if it's actually it might be cleaner to do this in a different preview window. Okay. Yeah, let's see what's going on. Let's look at our page because the counter you saw proves that it works in the client. If you have an async iterator and you subscribe to it in the client, then no big surprise. It just counts up like that. It's like a promise, but now we have a stream. And you actually set the load data. So it actually, what it does is it actually, until it has its initial value, it's loading like a promise, but then afterwards it just streams the data in. But the question is, what's going on here? Hydration completed with one unclaimed server rendered node. Interesting. Yeah, so there's a hydration mismatch. I haven't tested this much yet, which is interesting. It's also complaining that a signal was written to in a known scope, which means that the guard around projections is not working properly. I think that might be an older error. Let's see what happens when it drops. Interesting. Okay. So there's some warnings that have some false positives. Let's look at what the actual HTML we get response is. Yeah. It's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 return void. I love Laravel. This is so freaking cool. So it's not working, obviously, but this is something I wanted to try. Because what this does, if you understand, is it starts. Yeah, the Stack Blitz is pretty good about handling the save stuff. Yeah, so there's a bug, and I'm gonna work on fixing this. But for people not quite following what this is doing, it's this async iterator function is on the server during SSR initially. So it's actually streaming the data results over the HTML, we have suspense, which is one mechanism for doing boundaries, but we can also data stream async iterators here. So what's cool about this is for cases where like the whole stream is coming from the server, we don't have to wait till the client gets the JavaScript, hydrate, reconnect, then pull the data. We can literally just stream it along. And there's lots of cases like, say, if we ever get, something like server components through server functions, which have some cool ideas there, just side note. We could just stream the response straight in the exact same way. Now there's some hydration concerns, but I believe I've solved them, although how buggy this is might be an issue. But the general gist is, if we have data from the server, we can stream it through. And one of the cool things we can do, so the SSR is right, the hydration's wrong, which means I'm going to try something that might be cool. We have something called SSR source, and we had this in Solid 1.0, right? Because we use stuff like initial or server. Basically, we say, like, if you had something like Astro, we say initial, so it'd use the initial value that it got, and then like our undefined here. So like it's for a lot of Islands frameworks, you do the fetching up front and then you pass the data. And that way, when it initializes on the client, it doesn't do the fetch. It just, like, we already handled the fetch deduplication for client server, but in this case, it doesn't do the fetch on the client or the server initially when you set SSR source to initial. And it only starts doing fetching like on update. Server is the default, which is what we just saw, where it's going to serialize on the server and not refetch on the client, and it'll do the whole stream if you let it. But we have a couple new modes: hybrid and client. Now, what does hybrid do? Hybrid, which is also not working, but I can show you here what it does, because hopefully we'll see the serialization. What hybrid does, yeah, we're not going to see it very clearly. What hybrid does, if it worked, and as I said, unfortunately, the reason I had a suspicion that some of this stuff won't work. I have a bunch of tests written by AI that says it works, but you put the pedal to the actual metal, you'll find that there's actual bugs in this stuff. I haven't been able to test it myself, which is why I knew there'd be a risk of this. But what hybrid does is it takes the first value of the stream on the server, serializes the promise to handle the initial suspense, and then on the client it triggers the fetch and like resumes the stream from the client. So like basically, like pretend you have convex and you're fetching some data. You have a stream, essentially. You have a subscription web, and what you do is you could basically feed it in a single way in your app code, which we showed here. You can just like put in a memo or whatever, and then what will happen is it will get that first query on the server, serialize it, handle the async, give you the SSR experience, do that whole thing, and automatically when it starts up on the client, create the connection on the query again, and then stream any further values from the client connection just by simply wiring in the stream this way, right? Unfortunately, this isn't working quite yet, but this will be probably my next thing on the list of bug fixes. But this is the API thing. The last mode, client will work because there's no hydration mismatch. What happens with the client is that it takes the initial value and then it only runs it on the client, right? Which is pretty freaking cool, right? Because it means that it doesn't even run this function on the server at all, which means that I think you guys are seeing where I'm getting here. What if you have to read something from local storage, right? You've all played the like on or empty effects array use effect on mount game, where you're like, okay, I wait till hydration finishes, and then when hydration is finished, go apply the change, right? SSR source client is basically just that. What about taking the initial value from the build time and also fetching on the server? I don't even know what that means. I'm just like, let me process it. The question is, and this is actually a bit like someone was asking me about getting the initial value. You should model it slightly differently. Something is only considered settled if it's actually been settled. The question is like, what do you want to flush? What you're suggesting is you want to flush immediately and then fetch on the server to replace that. I don't think you can do that with a single primitive here, because from Solid's perspective, the value is only ever settled when it's been settled. And if you create it as both having a settled value and unsettled at the same time, it'll consider it unsettled, which means that if you had the initial cache value and the server, it's going to wait for the fetching value, for all its intensive purposes. You could do this, I think, but it's a little bit more complicated. It's also weird as hell. I'm just gonna point this out here. Like, when you do a change, you perform an action, then you expect stuff to change. It's very weird to load a page and then have it kind of like, not like load in more stuff, but kind of like change what's in front of you. Like when you start navigating or doing stuff, you start like questioning, like, should I wait a second? Like, is it actually done? Dan Abramoff actually had like a great thing about why he hates stale revalidate, like that auto revalidates. Like, it's one thing to have like an affordance that's like, hey, you're out of date, you should update. But like, unless you're like already put people in a mindset that they're like connected to a WebSocket, there's like a trust issue with not knowing when stuff is ready or fixed. I'm pretty sure you can model this with that, but it's also a weird pattern, so there's no way that we'd make that like a default thing. Can the second argument be a server source? Second argument. Yes, but yes. Okay, maybe that's more what you're asking. Yes, this is what I meant by being like two primitives. Yes, the second argument could be, but not another memo, because it wouldn't wait properly. It'd have to be something that we knew for sure was resolved. You're basically like forcing the waterfall, right? So yes, there is a world where you could guard this and then have the server, like using our own primitives, like basically don't get to here until that data is ready, and then feed that data into the initial value, and then have the yes. So yes, that's exactly how you'd model it. Yes. Okay. If this wasn't broken, we would get to what I wanted to show, what I wanted to try next. I still have a couple other examples I want to try. So, but this is a memo, so it is just a sequence, which means that it does one at a time. Now, how do we make this into a list? I guess because I have the client side, I can answer that question. Well, make it into a list yourself. Previous. Let me think about this. Yeah, where is the Gemini code? Actually, I can probably figure this out without relying on AI too hard. But like, if you pretend that this is on the server, then you could just do like async function. Like, the server is sending the stream, but you want to accumulate. Then you have like, we can do something here, right? We could do something like for what, I always get the consume side. Is it for await? Okay, let's do something like this. For await of get data. Yield. All right, and then I just need to const accumulator equals array, and then accum dot push value yield accumulator, essentially. Actually, this is the same value, so that's not really useful. We should do it more like let accumulator and then be like probably something like accumulator value. Is that right? Did I do this? Sorry, it's funny that I must have like a JS error or something for it to. I don't see how this could possibly, if I'm yielding, what am I doing wrong? Like if I'm yielding an array. Yeah, I don't know what to call it because it only applies to SSR. Client is like the opt-out. Oh, yeah, I'm being dumb. Yeah, thank you. There we go. Okay. Yeah, and you know, since we have the client side, I mean, this is less fun, but we can definitely do part of the demo I wanted to do, even though I wanted it to stream from the server. Thank you for this option at least working. Okay, do you know what the problem with this is? Or you could push and equals false. Yeah, exactly. You guys know how this works. Okay, so yeah, I mean, the only problem with this, and and this would have been so much more impressive if I had the server part working. The problem with this is, and you might consider this a small problem, but let's change this from yield I to yield like something more substantial, like ID I. Okay, now this isn't going to render anything because we're trying to render objects, but what we could do is inside here put like a for component, right? And then say for each data, and for now I'm just going to make it a div. And sorry, what's my val? Let's use val, whatever. Let's put val in here. Oh, right, val.id. Sweet. Okay, you see where we're going with this, right? So if this was working on the server, that's kind of cool. We're like streaming in like in order, which is kind of cool. Now, let's put 4 in here. Now, the problem with this is if I turn on paint rendering, what you're gonna see is we're gonna re-render the whole list, right? I mean, I guess these are primitive values. We could, but like, I guess they're objects, and because our accumulator is keeping the previous value, it's not bad. But so actually, this is actually not that bad. It is, but it's still, we're triggering the memo is what I'm getting at. Like we're triggering the for each, and it's going to do reconciliation of the whole list every single time, right? Because it's going to go, oh, I mean, they're the same value. It's fine, but it's going to reconcile the whole list. So what if we don't want to do that? Well, we might want a projection instead of a memo. a projection is a derived store. So we can also derive a store from the server from the same kind of way. And instead of doing this, we could get the previous state, which is the store itself. We're going to define it by array, and we're going to go s.push value, and then we're going to yield the control back. And if, why does it, oh right, because it's an array of never. We want it to be an array of ID number, I think. Does this even work still? What have I broke? I killed the what am I missing here? It's like a compilation error that I'm probably like killing something. No? Something here is, maybe it's the way I'm using array. Sometimes inside JSX, this stuff doesn't like, can I do this? Because now data is an array, a read-only array of ID number. That looks good. Can we run dev? What is it doing? I mean, this isn't, I mean, but I don't think that's what the problem is. Or it was. Okay. Lovely. Okay, so now we have a store. Store should be reading from get data, and it should be pushing itself in, which then should be adding it to 4. Okay, let's do some logs to figure out why this isn't working. Yeah, the problem is it's not only for that. Like, this is the old Boolean problem. There's 4 different mutually exclusive options. So if we add a client only true, do we make each other mode like a different mode too? It doesn't make sense. So, okay, what are we doing wrong here? What I was really excited when I get the demo working, I'm hoping it's going to be pretty sweet, is we actually have a patch format for this. So projections on the server can render just the changes that you do, like this push mutation, over the wire. So you can start streaming data from the server and actually describe the UI like pushing to an array without like resending all the data on each step over the wire, the server, and then the client will pick it up, the patches. No, our projections, the mapping is always first. It's the same as a memo. It should be identical. But yeah, let's see, console.log value. Yeah, so it sees the initial 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know why there's a, oh wait, why did it suddenly start working? What? I am so confused. It was like working there for a second. Maybe like I should do this in, realistically I should do this in the non, like, because we've already confirmed that the SSR doesn't work. If I just move this to the non SSR example to actually try and do this, then we won't be hitting as many issues here. The SSR example obviously is obviously the 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 piece de resistance, so to speak. But if we just moved our logic here and essentially this over to here, we shouldn't be hitting the SSR bugs that I haven't solved yet. We should be able to just do the example anyway. Oh, right. Oops. I don't want to update the base template. I want to fork it. Okay. Then now all the imports. All right, sweet. Okay, and this SSR client doesn't do anything because it's client side already. Yeah, okay, so the client side stuff works. It's just the server side stuff doesn't work properly. Okay, so already pretty cool, but obviously the serialization format would have been really cool to see. I mean, we can still see if we can see this just serialization format. If I remove this, obviously it's not going to work properly, but yeah, why is it doing it twice? That's an interesting one. Oh, it's because do you know why it is? Because cancellation, the request is still, yeah, this is one of the fun things. That's a very good point. Request cancellation over the wire. Like it'll be done when it's done, but it's not, the iterator is going to run to its completion here right now. But what I wanted to show, hopefully we can see this over the network tab when we pop this into its own preview tab, is the wire format, which is pretty cool. Network. Show me. Yeah, there we go. Actually, I suppose I could also just look at the script tags being emitted at the bottom of the page. Yeah, this is the wire format. I mean, it's not the most compact, but what you're seeing here is that push tells it to set a value at this index and update the length of the thing. So it has to, it ends up instructing it. Like this would also work if it was like inserting stuff at the top, the bottom, the middle. It basically has to encode the instructions. So the first flush here actually sends the ID1, like the initial array value, right? But then the rest of them send the instructions on how to patch or mutate the array. Yeah. So anyway, does the projection function need to be async generator in this case? Yeah, I mean, otherwise it's going to wait for the whole thing to finish. If we didn't have yields in the middle, it's going to, if it's just a promise, it's not done till the whole thing's done, which could be your intention, but then you don't need this. But if you want to say flush the first value and then continue to stream the rest, you need it to be a generator. We use a proxy to capture the changes, and yeah, so we just basically replay the proxy changes. We don't even have to like do a diff, because the server has a proxy. When it calls traps, those traps basically get recorded as instructions. Really cool. When you guys starting to see how all the pieces actually come together here. This obviously just works the easy way, but this still has a bit of a problem. It's not the worst problem, but like because data is iterating over this list, this is, even though now we're not reevaluating the whole memo, so to speak, we are still triggering each array index. So in Solid, we actually have a new control flow. In Solid 2.0, repeat. And we can change this one to be data.length. And it's just going to have index here because it actually has no idea. We don't pass the data to it. We just go repeat count. And then let me put repeat in here, repeat. And then count, and then I, which is simply going to be data I.id. Beautiful. And what's beautiful about this is, I mean, we could show this probably with a console log, but not completely because of internals. Because we never actually passed the data to this, we don't, this is not designed to do data diffing. This is designed to basically have a fixed index. So what this does is, in our ideal world, which I can't show, but I showed the patch format, is we start our stream on the server. We encode the patch, we serialize the initial value, we encode the patched updates over the wire, which then get applied. And because the patches are fine-grained, continue into our repeat component, which then only on new entry, say, adds one of these items, or on a data change, just updates the like, if you look at this, doesn't have to rerun on a data change. Like if I was just like changing something at like the ID value, it only needs to run this subscription. And there's no there's no actual reconcile here, right? Because for projections to reconcile, you have to like call reconcile, or you have to return a value. We're yielding nothing. We're not returning a value. This is actually end-to-end fine-grained updates without any diffing. So like as I said, the server stream adds each change, push, edit, whatever the hell we wanted it to do, mutate here. This only doesn't diff against a current list. Repeat doesn't even know there is a list. And then only the things that act like, so like when length changes, then we have to add an entry here. When data changes, then we just update the fine-grained updates. So yeah, this is fine-grained end-to-end streaming. No, okay, yeah. It'd be a lot more impressive if it actually worked. Yeah. Maximum efficiency. Well, do you know why maximum efficiency is important? Like, I guess the funniest thing is, like, I'm not suggesting that people definitely solve problems this way. If there's a dedicated layer that's going to handle the transport, going to handle the diffing, going to handle that stuff for you, then do it. But what's interesting here is that with just like fundamental building blocks and doing like the dumb thing, right? Like just like wiring it into some UI. I mean, I guess you need to know a bit about async iterators to understand this. But like you get this incredible power essentially, like that. Like, I'm still working out the combinatorics of like how like I said, I'm not sure how someone would even necessarily use this, but it's interesting. Right, like the case, like what do you want to use repeat for? Picture this as a chat. Being able to render large lists without any diffing is huge, right? Now, different chats have different solutions to this. But when I see this, like, doesn't AI become like the first thing that comes to your mind, like LLMs? Like having like these streamed data sources that just work. Do you know what I mean? Like this is just native behavior. Now, like I'm just leveraging the fact that async iterators exist. Now, obviously, if there's like conversion from observable or whatever, you can do whatever the hell you want. You know, this, as long as you can present the right interface here, this kind of stuff is kind of sort of living outside this. Like this is the where the logic is. Like this lives kind of outside the system. Maybe this is like an observable, and then you just subscribe to it here, and then you know you could do some fun stuff here. Like we could say lazy true, so like it's like we could like do something like, I mean, it's not going to make a difference here, but if we say lazy true here, lazy should be an option on this one. Interesting, it's not. It's on memo. Maybe I guess lazy on, I'm trying to think if a lazy would work on, it should still be able to work. I'll look into that. But I'm pretty sure I just didn't expose the option by accident. Like you could basically make a service that connects to a stream only when people are listening to it, right? You just have to, all you have to do is in here, along with your code to do the actual work, you know, add like an on cleanup to kill this subscription, or, you know, build something into your stream. There's like a cancel protocol on async iterators, build something into it, because we do call the cancel at the end when we interrupt it or do stuff. So like there's like a whole, because we're like leveraging these platform primitives for like the basic mechanics here, and our only job is really to convert them into signals. Like the door of what's possible is just, I don't even know what people will do with this. Does this also work for deep mutations? Yes, because we proxy traps. We make a deep proxy. We can describe it as a deep mutation. Yes. That's the only way I would accept this. Is you need to be able to write something and be able to perform any possible mutation on it, like you would on the server, and make sure that the client can mirror it. So yes. Okay. Maybe enough of this example. Let's. I have another idea that I wanted to try. This one, mixed bag. Looks like the client side stuff works good. Looks like the server hydration stuff needs some work. We successfully, I should be keeping a list of issues because we've successfully broken Solid 2.0 beta a few times now, but hopefully the concept travels. This seems like a very powerful area. So I'm gonna make a little note on this one. This one is, this one actually works, doesn't it? This one actually isn't the problem, right? The problem is actually this one. So what do I want to call that? It's our template, broken iterators. Okay, cool. This cute one, actually, we didn't find any bugs on this. This one actually works lovely. Okay, so I'm just gonna call this iterators for now, so we can come back to it, so I can come back to it, think about it. Okay, yeah, save, okay. Now dashboard. Let's make another template fork. I'm almost scared to do this one, but I think this one I want to do with, I think we have to do it with SSR. But I had an idea. What if we tried to recreate Astro on stream right now? Let's, I mean, we don't have a partial, we don't have an official partial hydration solution, but can we just use Solid's primitives to remake partial hydration from scratch just for fun? Seems like a complicated thing, but like maybe it's worth a shot, right? Yeah, I mean, that's how SetStore works. SetStore has a mutable API, but because you're not calling setters on the server, or you shouldn't be, because you're not going to call them during rendering because we warn you about that. Remember, there's that whole like, don't try to set in a known scope. And event handlers don't happen until on the client. We just don't need to worry about it there. Maybe you could acquired by Cloudflare. I mean, at this point, but no, I'm very happy with Sentry. Let's, and we're not a company to acquire it. Maybe that's been my problem. Maybe we haven't positioned ourselves right. Maybe if I like made Solid into like a tan stack and there's like this conceptual company thing. We've been very open source, or well, kind of like Vue. The Vue community's always been like that too, and even Svelte as well. But it seems like the ones who've kind of positioned themselves as if they were a company, or are kind of like like Nuxt, like it causes a different kind of conversation, right? Because I guess Nuxt Labs was an actual company that got acquired, maybe. I don't know, but you know what I mean. Like we've never been very strong on like in that sort of branding. Forgive me, I don't even know what I'm talking about. But yeah, like Astro was an actual company that raised, right? So maybe that's the problem. I was like, what the hell are we gonna sell? But maybe that's a tomorrow problem. Okay, let's fork this. Aren't you the CEO? Some people approach me on this seriously. It's funny. Okay, so how would we do this? Like just like conceptually, how would we do this? Well, the server rendering would be our app. Okay, now I don't care about most of this crap, right? We don't need pages, we need islands. So let's clear out main. Let's clear out the nav. Um, I guess our first goal is going to be, can we even just can we render from the server and not hydrate from the head, right? Like, so I guess that's the easiest thing, right? So I think what we need here is the hydration component. I mean, actually, and then we'll do something like ID app, maybe. And then I'm going to just stick home in this. What? I don't even understand what this error is. Oh, it's fail. Okay. Sorry. Tried to import it from some weird place. Okay. But that doesn't, I'm gonna have to add a counter to home or something so we can prove that it's actually alive. This doesn't actually prove anything because sure, it was able to server render it, but let's go entry client and then hydrate, maybe, I guess we need a second thing, right? We need like some kind of like, maybe like a div. And we'll do something like ID equals app. And then now when we're on entry server, we can do like our client, we can do document.get element by ID app. Okay. Promise you it's there. And then we need to do one more thing to match it up. We need to pass a render ID of app, which should match our hydration ID. This is how we do that. And then in our home, just so that we can sanity check that this actually works, we're going to add some reactivity. Count, set count, equals create signal 0, and then button count. And then on click equals set count +1. Looks good. I don't know why HMR is not working. Okay, so it's dead. What? Why is it dead? Hydrogen mischat. Unable to find app nodes for hydration app 0. Oh, okay. So there is a little bit of matching I need to do here. What am I doing wrong here? Oh, I don't want to hydrate the app, right? I want to hydrate silly me. I want to hydrate home. Sorry. It's because it routes home. I mean, this isn't a route anymore. It's more like an island. All right. Let me see if that works. Brush. No hydration error. Interesting. As I said, this is one of those things that should work, but I'm not 100% sure that it will work. I mean, we could do some, because basically this now that this entry server is stuff is essentially only on the server, and then we should, by setting an ID for hydration for app div ID, we should be serializing the right IDs on both sides. So let's quickly look at what our application looks like in a window. As I said, I had a feeling this stuff might not work exactly right yet, but this is the concept behind it. So div, okay, so that's our problem. Data HK should be app 1 and it's not. That's it's just not actually working. How does stuff like this ever pass tests? Beats me. Let me make sure that I have the latest version of Solid, just to sanity check that it's not because I'm on beta 0. No, I am on beta 1. What? Well, that's also unfortunate, because what's supposed to happen, well, do you know what I do? I wonder if it's the hydration bypass. You know what it is? I bet you it's the hydration bypass. Let's see if I can figure out how to do this. Because the problem right now is I think if it's like I'm already hydrating, it kind of like ignores the whole case, right? Because like if we were actually doing this properly, we don't want all those extra hydration IDs in the on our page. So we actually want to be like, look, actually guys, no hydration this thing. Again, why you I'm gonna have to do something about that. No hydration. And then we're gonna wrap the whole thing in no hydration. And what this does is turns off the ID gen. Now, hopefully that will fix the shape of our HTML. Yeah, there we go. See, top of the document, no hydration IDs. It starts here in main where we have app 0, which isn't going to work right now because we're going to get a hydration mismatch because there's no actual app 0. So I need to do a little bit of work here, but it should be minimal. Hopefully I won't have to do this in the future, but what we should be able to do is, I think if this creates this and this is home and that's under app 0, then I wonder if it's because, oh, it's like this is screwing it up. It's more like, obviously I can just add the 0 to the end of the ID, but I think what's actually happening here is I should do this. ID equals app. What are we doing here? No, that made no difference. It is actually app 0. It's appending it. Okay, no problem. Simple fix for that. App 0. Maybe not. Would it be really interesting to see? This is why you don't use the AI, folks. Yeah, it's fine. I needed to. All right. So the question is, what is happening here? We load the home on the client. The first get next element calls what we want to see. So let's see what happens as it hydrates. Step into this. Step in. I need to turn off source maps. Absolutely frustrating in this case. How do I turn off source maps? Bam. Thank you. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, get next element. Presto. You're not gonna let me step into it? This is so annoying. It's like decided that I get why they do this. It's because they want to like filter the framework stuff out, but I actually want to go into the framework. Oh, this is so annoying. It's fine. I can get in here. Let's remove this from the ignore list. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's try this again. Step in. Thank you. Getting it. What key are we getting? So first of all, is hydrating true? Now, what key are we getting? Our key equals get hydration key, which is give me the key. Yeah. Format ID equals 0. So it is getting the ID. Okay, sweet. Okay, let's pop out. So it didn't find the template. What's in the registry? Nothing's in the registry. Ooh. Ooh, that's interesting. Why is there nothing in the registry? Look at the hydrate call. Gather. Right. Refresh. Let's actually go into here when we actually do the gathering. What? Why isn't gather being called? It's literally not calling gather. Okay. That's odd. That's very, very odd. Okay. So you guys are like, have no clue what I'm doing right now, but this one I had more confidence that I'd be able to do. That's why I'm looking into this. So hydrate. It's actually in here, actually, probably, yeah, hydrate, okay. Gather is never being called. No, gather hydratable, what? Oh, yeah, the we export it as an API, but we also have this. Okay, so let's do this. Gather hydrated options, rent. Okay, so this should be just app. Okay, so that's my first bug here. The render ID being app is correct. The problem is that the problem's on the other side. Okay, so just wanted to make sure that it was not working. Okay, the render ID app. So now let's go in here, get all the hydrations. How many templates did we get? Node list. Beautiful. Now turn that node list into something. And shared config registry. It's saying that it found no. Oh, okay. Yeah, so this is a structural problem. I've never done this before, so I didn't think about this. Yeah, okay. It's the opposite problem. I've been trying to solve this backwards. Home. No, this isn't where this belongs. This belongs here. It belongs outside. There, hydrating. Not a bug. Not a bug. It's hydrating. Okay. Sweet. My bad. Okay. So essentially now if we let's pop this out into another page and we look at our elements, you'll see that there's no hydration IDs on any of this like outer stuff, like head, body, like none of these, some solid stuff. And we're actually just hydrating from here, and it just works. Okay, so we kind of made an island. It's not the problem is if I look at the source code, I see my home component. I mean, the funny thing about this is I actually didn't ship any of the JavaScript for the app. Yeah, so I guess I kind of did do that, but I mean, I feel like I can do better than this. I guess, I mean, essentially this is the key, right? All I'd have to do is I mean, all I would have to do is make my wrapper, like instead of using main ID, just like make my islands create their own elements with IDs that I could search, and then do my own, grab all islands and then call hydrate on them, and then right, I know what I'm missing. I need the right now. The reason I can load the code is because I mean, obviously that's obvious, but on the client side, I literally know the code to call for hydrate, right? So how do I do this a bit more dynamically, right? Because realistically, like if you pretend like this is something that we want to search for, like instead of main, this is like, I don't know, like island ID thing. We would also need a way of getting the code on there, right? So, I mean, should we just like make a helper? Like, let's just kind of think this out. Island, and then our island is gonna be essentially, it's gonna need a component. I'll do a component with a cap. I mean, I guess we would do props, right? So but I'm just trying to like think out loud. We need a component and we need an ID. Yeah, okay. So just I think we can just do something like island solid island and then we could do something like props.id. Now, obviously it's complaining because there's no clue what a solid island is, but I gave it the TypeScript, but I could do like props.id and then I could do props.component. Now this isn't a dynamic component, but it doesn't need to be. And then I can make this also props.id, right? And then, yeah, that looks right. And then, how do I tell it what to lazy load? Okay, cool. How about if we, well, let's actually make sure this still works, right? Because we're essentially just gonna do island, and then we're gonna say ID equals app and component equals home, and ta-da, right? That's kind of right. Hopefully, does that work? Did I completely break everything? No, it still works. Let's make sure, let's sanity check that we have the right solid island ID app 0. Okay. Yeah, that still seems to work. So like, okay, so that's kind of cool. Then what else do we need? We, on the server, I think realistically, we're not going to know about home. Like, I mean, what we could do, what if we made, let's see here, let's import lazy. So if we did something like const home equals lazy. Let's see if we do this. Sorry, import, obviously. All right, so let me make that lazy. And then now home's a lazy component. That's good. So that's like a separate bundle. And then here, what we could do is on our island, we could do something like URL equals props.component.module URL, I think. And if I did that right, we could have a URL to where the code is for it. Lazy has preload, which is cool, but I've also added URL capabilities to it because we pass the manifest through. So we actually know. The only thing that's weird about this is it's not giving me, it's giving me like, I don't think it's not giving me the transformed URL, I don't think, which is what I was expecting it to do, which is a little bit awkward. We should be getting the transformed URL here. So I think, but you could conceptually see what you'd have to do here, right? Because then on the client, what we do, let me sanity check this still does it still hydrate? No, it doesn't. Why doesn't it hydrate? It doesn't hydrate because it's not discovering. It's kind of funny. It's because we're in a half state. But I don't think this will work quite yet. But because what we need to do is change the client entry instead of like importing directly from home, but to do like a something like query selector. Sorry, document dot query selector all. Like what's the tag name here? I'm trying to think here. It's like what they call it, solid island. And then so let's see if that does anything. Const islands equal console.log islands sanity check. Solid island app, beautiful. And then yeah, so the URL isn't correct, probably. But what we want to do is essentially this gives me a node list. Can I use for each on a node list? I can't remember. Islands.forEach node, and then we do something like can I just put an async function in here just for fun? Something like const component equals lazy. I think is it. Do I want to do a lazy import here directly? Can I just import node dot at get attribute URL? So something like await, and then hydrate component node render ID node dot get attribute ID. I mean, I my gut is this is not going to work. But I think this is basically it, right? Like dynamic imports cannot be analyzed by Vite. That's fine, I guess. Does that mean it just won't work at all? I guess because it can't resolve the model specifier. I wonder if I mean, it's not as simple as putting a slash in front of it, right? I'm in dev mode, which is probably okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me explain a little bit. We didn't get there. We showed that we could definitely hydrate, do partial hydration because we didn't hydrate the whole document, but the missing pieces don't quite work yet. Like ideally, all you would need to do is grab all the islands and then import the code for them and then call hydrate on them. And then on the server, similarly, you would output the island format, set the hydration ID to whatever ID generation, whatever approach you want to do, and then render the component. And the whole using lazy thing, I realized we don't instruct outside of hydration. Like we don't instruct the client to load the code. So like we already showed a place where we skipped not only the IDs but not sending the JavaScript for app. But with this, you can see that like perceptually, what would happen is we could easily go into here and just import the specific modules. And the trick to this is something that I haven't been showing off too much. Render to stream takes a manifest, and I've chosen to use Veet's manifest format here because it's like our 99% case. But essentially, we can get the, doesn't matter, works will roll up to or whatever. Like as long as we can get the manifest in the Veet manifest format, essentially, we pass that into render to stream, and it's really important for two things. First of all, you won't have to worry about this because any meta framework you use will do this automatically for you. But what it does is it gives us the URLs for the build assets on the server. And what we actually do, we look for lazy imports and we create a key base on the import thing that we use to look up against the manifest to find the actual the Veet plugin does this to look up the actual asset. And this is super powerful for a couple of reasons. First of all, it gives us that module URL. So like I need to figure out how to do this part, admittedly, but essentially because it gives us the module URL, and like I think this might even work in dev and prod, to be fair. It's just in dev that it doesn't know how to import. There's probably like a Veet helper that's like Veet resolve URL or something. Because we have the module URL, obviously it's very easy for us to communicate this to the client. That's what I was doing here. I was just like sending this through, grabbing the module URL to send it to the client so we can serialize it. But we can do this automatically also inside our streams and stuff. So before, Solid had this kind of real awkward double hydration thing where like lazy only almost acted like a suspense boundary. It hydrated separately. Like it'd start hydrating a boundary and then it would like pause on lazy and then continue. And this would cause weird hydration issues like portal sibling of blah, blah, blah. And it's frustrating to deal with. I mean, portals are awkward in their own sense, but like we'd have like this kind of start stop hydration within the same sync boundary, which sucked. So by making the manifest mandatory, we can do a couple things. First of all, we don't need the meta framework like solid start to generate the preload tags, because now every time we hit lazy while we're server rendering, we send a message to the client to say, hey, you're going to need this bundle. So the client, like we basically, if it's before first flush, we automatically add the preload tags right in the head, automatically. Done, easy. And we can do this not just for JS, we can do this for CSS, for whatever module assets related to the route that you're going to. Right, it's specific to the route you're going to. The second piece here is that because the server knows through this discovery process, we can control things in a more controlled manner. Like we can tell suspense, like before, the server was like, look, I have all the data I need for suspense to hydrate, so I'm going to say go ahead, and then it triggers a promise over the wire, and then we start client hydrating. But now, because there's this second like assets I need for hydration mechanism in place, the server can go, I'm good, but the client can go, I haven't loaded this lazy component yet that I know I need to hydrate, so I'm going to wait a little bit longer before I hydrate, which means that we don't get the two-stage hydration for lazy. We do the whole boundary together synchronously, which removes a lot of fragility in our hydration approach, because it knows ahead of time always what code it needs for the whole block to hydrate. It also does cool stuff like this, because we can register the assets. We can choose not to, you know how streaming you kind of flush in the boundaries like we were showing earlier. We can choose, even before the framework is loaded on the page, we can choose not to swap in the server rendered stuff. Like basically we can render the outline, and then usually it kind of like streams out of order in. We can hold it so it doesn't stream the out of order content until the CSS for that section has loaded, which means that we can remove flash of unstyled content automatically on server rendered streamed content. So because we have the manifest, we can basically render into the page like, hey, I'm gonna need the CSS, and then use onload triggers to be like, okay, yeah, all my assets are good. Now you can swap in the content. This is again, we generally speaking, because the way loading or suspense kind of same mechanism works, that we render eagerly, we're gonna discover these assets like synchronously, almost immediately, and most of them are going to be discovered before that first flash and just go into the head the way you expect, and then everything will be good. But late discovered assets on streaming boundaries, as I said, can still hold the flushing, and the end result is basically we won't be showing you any part of the page before the CSS for it is ready, even on initial streaming. After the fact, navigation is fairly easy to do, but on initial streaming, this has always been a challenge. So the combination of synchronous hydration boundaries, the ability to kind of hold until assets are ready so that we get consistent views, and the this module URL ability to basically be able to like very easily create sort of sub areas, hydrations, micro front end type little blocks are all a superpower that comes from being able to pass the manifest into rendering on the server. Could you share a link? No, no, no. Okay. Yeah, no, no. Yeah, I mean, I can quickly show you the code, I suppose. Let me GitHub. It is a Vite thing because we use Vite. Sorry, let me switch to next. We use I did make a placeholder for Solid Legacy. That's good to know. Forgot that I did that. What was I gonna say? Where is this? This is gonna be under lazy, which is under source client. It should be under components actually. Oh, I guess it only comes. Yeah, yeah. The server part is actually the more interesting part, not the client part, right? The answer is actually, if there is a bug, we're actually going to be able to see this pretty easily right now, actually, because lazy. I think this is actually just Vite. So what we do here is, if you look at the signature for lazy, there's the promise thing, but then there's a module URL. So we could like specify it ourselves, but what happens is the Vite plugin compiles in the URL, and then this module URL just, I think the mistake here is we just did this when really what we're supposed to do here is do the lookup in here. When we do the register assets thing, see, it's registering some style assets, some module assets. When we do this, we should be able to do a lookup against the manifest. This was my mistake. I just passed the URL straight through. What should have happened is this should have done a lookup through the manifest to figure out what the actual, not the key is here, but what the actual resolve manifest URL is, and then we just tag it on. But the key part of this is I use the Vite plugin to compile our lazy thing, our lazy helpers. This is a trick that they use in Vue or sort of Nuxt and in a few other libraries. This does add like a bit of a layer of compilation that I'm like not like the most stoked about, but what this is the beginning of what I consider the next phase of things, which is like bundler awareness in JavaScript frameworks. You kind of like on the SSR side, it's almost essential. But yeah, that's the gist of it. If we had a unified that could stream to the JS, would that make it? Probably not. The problem with hydration is it's just like an intrinsically difficult problem because of the whole need of matching stuff up. It doesn't really matter the format, the transport, or whatever. No asset deduplication. There's some amount. It's the register assets will dedupe at least on the URL for these ones. These ones are all ambient, so we don't have to do any like additions or removals. This is not like our built-in solution for say like meta tags. This is purely for like preloading type considerations. Like they're all like basically, yeah. Yeah, the transform is in the Vite plugin. So yeah, it means that as of Solid 2.10 beta, Vite will be the only supported SSR target out the gate. We're going to have to make an updated plugin for Rollup or for Webpack or TurboPack or whatever, which again, I don't like very much but if you look at it, it's kind of par for the course. What I mean by that is like, you know how there's that RSC Webpack and it took like 2 years for a Vite version to come along. It's because of needing to do stuff like this. It's not impossible to do, but who's going to spend the time to do the thing? It's actually not even that hard to do. Like the rollup version is like I have a working version of rollup in the Solid repo. So like we could generalize that. Like I'm not worried about that. Webpack is probably going to be a pain, but like who cares about Webpack? Except for like, like, so I'm okay with that for now. Luckily, Vite is just so good and so popular that I don't think this will bite us for a little while. When we can just build the custom thing because not everyone's an SSR user. So yeah, custom SSR has never been easy. It's not with Solid. Custom SSR is hard with literally every JavaScript framework once you move past like render to string. Like, yeah, I mean, this is like the main reason meta frameworks exist. But the thing is, we can boil this down to a template, like a Vite template, rather than a meta framework. That's my opinion. Anyway, yeah, I mean, we definitely found some broken stuff. I don't know if we broke Solid 2.0, but we definitely found some broken stuff. Good notes to myself, I guess at least. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of go along on this path because we're talking about like some really powerful capabilities built in a very primitive way that it's generic. Like if you make lazy bundler aware, then exporting that capability, like seeing what the URL is, it makes 100% sense, and it opens up really powerful patterns. If you yeah, I mean, the funny thing is we could probably get the island solution working if we looked to see what the manifest has and then hard coded it into the lazy as a second argument. Yeah, I don't know how robust my transform is right now, but yeah, I mean, interesting. Um, yeah, it's really hard. I mean, the challenge here is like it's the mechanics that are hard. Because you're matching two things up. We already obfuscated to gate the like actual like we let you write the app one way and it runs on both sides. That isomorphism is already the API layer handle. But what like if you didn't have this declarative template approach, state approach on both sides, then like wiring this would be really a pain, right? Because you'd be like, okay, now I have my HTML template, and then like now I need to like duplicate it maybe as a JS template, or like maybe I don't use JS templates. Like some people, there's some like solutions where you're like, okay, well, if I maybe I just like write both systems in, like I'll use like a ERB, like a server templating language, and then I'll like put HTML tags that have my like client side logic is attribute strings, like we used to do like 15 years ago, like with Knockout. You could think of different ways to manually wire that. You could write like your code one way and then have like some like imperative client side stuff like Stimulus does. Like basically look at everything that's not a front-end JavaScript framework on how it handles hydration. They don't call it hydration, but it is hydration effectively. Like there's a reason like these patterns exist. It is sometimes funny though. Like I think it's important to like step back and go like, okay, can I do this a different way? And because a lot of these things have been tried before. It's just like when I first saw Alpine JS, I was just like, huh, this is like Knockout again. Like it is more tailored to hydration slightly, but it's like we've seen this before. We know. Like my first assumption is we know that this doesn't work, but we should be careful not to jump too far to conclusions, because sometimes like the physics can change like in a certain way that actually changes the math. But yeah, not to worry you, but I console log manifest and it's an empty object. Yeah, I mean that would be the start of our problem, right? Actually, yeah, let's that I didn't even think of doing. It should show up on the server logs, right? So let's close this down and back here just so I can do it easier. Is it because it like is it like a proxy? Yeah, it's showing an empty object. That's hilarious. How about let's try something like this. Object dot keys manifest. I mean that would also be one of the issues. Nope, no keys. Okay, yeah, empty object. There you go. Yeah, we are on the server here though, which is the funny part. It should work in dev mode. I think this is something to look into. The funny thing is, it's a funny thing is about this is that like, is it because I don't like no we render home here, don't we? Like yeah, I mean we wouldn't be seeing it. Yeah, I mean this is something that's going to require a little bit further exploration, definitely. Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry, there's a lot of history in this, and actually, let's switch to this week in JavaScript so we can talk about some of this, um, because it is actually relevant to some of the conversations. We've been generally, sorry, and I'm just gonna swap my camera here for 2 seconds while I'm talking. We've generally been circling around the same sort of solution space for decades. Um, this is not new, like the web's been around since the mid 90s. We've hit walls, being server only, client only, whatever. We've done this circle multiple times. And for that reason, like most ideas or things have been tried at least in some form before. You have to recognize when the ergonomics change or when the physics change or when like other exterior forces change. But generally speaking, if you've been around for a while, you've seen most things. And I think that like yeah, I mean that's a bit where the challenge here kind of comes in because it's hard not to discount ideas that have been tried before. Like maybe it'll be different this time, but it's like there's definitely this tension. Like, and it comes from all sides, right? Like the people who are not fans of single page apps, like are were burnt maybe by React 2015, right? And maybe you're still getting burned for all I know. The people who are like, yeah, you can keep your HTMX, like maybe they used .NET update panels in 2006, right? Um, Kind of the same thing. HTMX is lighter weight, but like the my problem was never like it wasn't so much like you could find ways to make it less heavy. But my problem was like the architecture didn't make sense for what I needed to do. Hey, oh, okay. Do we have a yeah? So let's. I think I'm in an okay place. I didn't actually bookmark that much stuff this week, um, so let's let's take a look here. So, oh, damn it! Closed one of my tabs. Give me 2 seconds. When did I stream last? It was like February 26th or something. Right. Sorry. Kind of get distracted a bit when I was talking. Yeah, 27th. Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna switch over. I still have this banner, so let's go. This has been kind of like a crazy week. I didn't actually bookmark a lot of the stuff going on. A lot of realizations for myself, obviously around AI, and a lot of like craziness if you look at like the wider political landscape with what's happening with Anthropic and the US government. Honestly, on one hand, I don't want to pay too much attention, waste too much time worrying about like the like back and forth there, but like the bigger questions being asked are actually really interesting and they're all kind of related. I talked about this earlier. I showed this quote about like what I thought the future of engineering looks like. But the one thing that is also common in other engineering disciplines is that things are not just highly specified, but basically every piece is like heavily standardized and like like you have permits for things. You have like there's a lot of process and red tape to ensure safety and security are reached on what you build. You need to have accountability, and it's not going to fly when someone goes, "Oh yeah, this did something terrible," but the AI wrote it, you know. So the idea of extending accountability through orchestration is really important, and what it's going to come down to ultimately is both safeguards and things built into the tools themselves and the our ability to be trained and to basically have standards on which how we conduct ourselves while interfacing with these tools. So I think software's had kind of like a free pass for a while, and I think no longer. What that actually means is going to take a bit of time to figure out. But like, there's just too much capability and potential now, you know, that's unlocked by this level of automation. You know, like there's a reason that, you know, if there's like a local, if there's a need for a bridge over a river, like it's not like your neighbors probably built it. They you know, someone designed it, someone approved the design, it passed it through all the municipal guidelines, professional builders were hired to build it. You know, like there's a whole process in ensuring that that bridge, you know, won't collapse, because someone has to be accountable. And I think software is going to try at least to mimic something there. The situation's different, but there's definitely a need there. So when I read deeper into the whole spectrum of like, you know, whether that's, you know, using AI to spy on or automate killing of people, like this all should be under a specific constraint and restrictions that are actually set by the development of software in general within any like guidance or governance of you know, lawful organizations that you would follow, you know what I mean, like, or that you'd be part of by whatever where you live or whatever governs you. I think I think like something clearly has to change. Anyway, that's me just talking the cloud. Obviously, Solid 2.0 beta was released. We talked about some of the heavy duty stuff here. We talked about some of the big ideas earlier. Um, I don't know if these examples showcase it in the complete light, but and especially I know this is something people are not excited about. The end result is something quite powerful, as we went over at the beginning of the stream. It's the culmination of all this stuff and what it means for the future that makes this so incredibly exciting. Look through the RFCs if you want some ideas. We're using these to generate new docs, but it's obviously difficult, as you've already seen. There's a difference between describing what each option and each function does and understanding that how these pieces play together can lead to crazy combinatorics in terms of capability. I think coding and expressing that and leading people to showing that is something that we're going to need help on for years to come, because this foundation is something else. Oh, if I add lazy to the client, was that what I was missing? I thought I needed to, but I got hijacked a bit. Like just like do it right here. Would I do that? I do like lazy. Import. Sorry, this got me excited again for a second. I was so freaking close. Oh, thank you. We did it. Sorry. It's so funny if you stopped watching earlier. We actually did it. We created. No, it just says a baseline. We have several people working on docs. The problem is the biggest challenge is that it's hard to take what's in my head and structure it into something that is useful for people. Nice. Time to call Cloudflare. Yeah. There we go. Islands framework. Yeah, I should have known that. Oh man, this makes me so happy. One of our crazy idea demos actually worked. Let's vet this in the other window. Sorry, this I gave up too soon. I gave up like right before the last step. Um, so we don't actually need the modular ID. That's interesting. Let me see. Yeah. So the reason the URL looks like that is because of dev mode. Interesting. I think. So the home component is here. Let's see what happens to entry client. Looks fine. Yeah, if you look at this, we never send the JavaScript for anything but the, I mean, it's the hot refresh stuff, but we never send the JavaScript for anything but the home component. So like this is working islands, you know? Obviously we need a unique ID because the way I but like that could be any number of things, right? Because the client will match whatever. It could be just like a counter, like literally a server side counter, because it only needs to last the life of the request. We could let's see here. We could do let's remove the banner here and just make it like that. And then just to completely sanity check this for myself here, we're going to add 2 separate islands. It's going to use the same component, but we'll call this one app2. Doesn't really matter. And then when we refresh this, we have 2 separately hydratable islands, island 1 and island 2. Oh. And if we want to get real fancy, we can be like, in between them, we can be like, on the server. It looks like this approach doesn't really work great with HMR, but you see the on the server there. All right. Something worked today. Yay. My approach was not off. All right. That makes me thank you, Damien. That makes me really happy. Count on turn up. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and I guess so. I'm I mean, we would need to be able to parse server components are a whole other thing. We need to be able to parse the markup into like a diffable format, but that for another time. I mean, technically the primitives probably support it, right? The incremental streams from the server and stuff. Like we have the serializer, we have all the pieces. We just need to build the right abstraction on top. That's what I'm getting at. Yeah. I mean, I mean, this is not great UX, and you'd have to figure out how to do like nested projection. Like we're not serializing props yet. You'd have to use shared config. Like maybe we should expose that as like a helper rather than running it off shared config. Like right now, home has no props. We'd have to add that. That could be like the next step. If I didn't get so stuck on the earlier stuff, I would have started prop serialization as part of this mechanism. But the it is kind of funny API because I mean you could pretend that this was like obscured away from you, so it could be possible that it's like the dynamic API where you could just like name your island. Let's say, I mean you could obviously generate it, and like this could what this could do is we could do something like let island counter equals um, 0, let's say, and then we can do something like what are we gonna call this? I plus that, I plus that. Oh, right. And then we could, yeah, exactly. We can just be like island counter plus plus. Actually, why don't we just say const ID equals I plus island counter plus plus, and then we just pass this straight in. ID, something silly like that. I mean, there's different ways to do it, but I think then we remove this. It becomes just like dynamic. You'd pass the, maybe like we do something where you could pass the props to the island. Like this is just a different API, obviously. There's no use client or any garbage like this, but I think this should still work. Yeah, it still works. So yeah, now we hid the ID away. So now, yeah, I mean, whatever. You get the idea. SSR, what do we want to call this example? Ghetto, no, let's, simple islands. All right, all that. Yeah. I mean, the key is that you'd also have to know, like, these are all things that like the use client or like the bundler does for you, where it like automatically does the module splitting. It automatically like it is funny though that we can basically reproduce the mechanism without a special compiler here. I think that's the bigger takeaway, is that we were able to do this just using the primitives without writing a compiler, like a special, like there is a bundler compiler here technically, the one that we're using v plugin to get these URLs and stuff and do this and getting the manifest and doing all that. So there is a compiler, but it's a generic purpose compiler. We didn't need to write a special compiler for this special use case. Okay. Thank you. This just makes me happy that something did actually works. Okay, cool. We did it. Gave up too soon. Where was I? Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, and then we're already caught up in stream. So not much on my own timeline. Bookmarks, we'll talk about this in a minute. Let's see SolidJS if anything interesting on the timeline. Wasn't an option for templates, but now it is. Better full stack support SolidStruct capable with all tools, combined SolidStruct with Salty Atoms, Alicia.js, and dozens of other libraries. Cool. I guess this is one of those like stack blitz type places. That's nice. This month in Solid. As I said, I didn't do too much here. This is an ad, right? There's no way yeah. They're making these things like much, like it says ad here, but they're really trying to make this like seamless. There used to be more noticeable, the difference. Okay. So that just leaves my bookmark. I just want to check Blue Sky real quick right here to see if I had anything else, but I don't, my memory is not that I did. Bookmarks. Yeah, we talked all about VNext last week. And web components. No one wants to talk about web components anymore. Least of all me. I want to cover this. I'm only going to do this because I am going to have Mr. Datastar on my stream in the future. We haven't booked a time yet, and I've been very sidetracked. But I think this is important, and maybe this is something that'll be valuable to other framework authors, my perspective on this, because I've been here. I don't know if you guys remember, I was trying to promote Marco pretty hard about 5 or 6 years ago, because it was really good at the problem that it solved, like insanely good at it. And people just didn't get it. Astro helped them get it, I guess, or a certain number of people. But like Marco had been doing this for like a decade before, and like completely lost on people because they'd open up Marco and then they'd be like, okay, so let's get started. What's your state library? Do you got something like reduction? Like, no, you don't really need a state library. What? Oh, okay, yeah, okay, we'll see about that. Let's move on. Okay, so what router? No, you don't really need a router. And at that point, the person's just like, okay, this can't do what I want it to do, and they just kind of gave up. And I mean, I even saw this to a microcosm when people first saw like Remix 1, 2. They'd be like, this model isn't very capable. They're like all these like big loaders and using forms and stuff. How do I do like more granular stuff? How do I do like the React query kind of thing? And Ryan's like, well, you just do it. And they're like, what? No, but like, he's, he had to actually show them how to do stuff more granularly. That being said, granted, it wasn't as granular as you can get. There's definitely a wall there. For most people complaining, they weren't hitting it, right? So Hypermedia HTMX probably hits a similar wall. Most people on that side don't care because why do they need to convince single page app people of anything? Because they're just like, screw all that BS, render HTML at the end, right? And that works pretty well, most sites probably are sites, so that's all you need, and move on. And both ships kind of pass each other. Datastar is an interesting framework if you guys aren't familiar with it, in that it combines hypermedia with signals. And what started this conversation, I want to talk about a little bit, and as I said, we'll have Delaney on in the future, is that there's this post about SPA versus Hypermedia, real world performance under load. Fair enough. The gist of the thing is they compared something, a chatbot created in PHP Swool Datastar against the Vercel AI SDK chatbot built with Next.js. Now, I don't need to tell anyone on the stream. I mean, you don't need to read the article. You guys already know the results from this. I mean, Next basically gets clobbered at literally every metric that they could come up with. Oh yeah. That's funny. AI generated the cover, and Dave saw it, and he was like, "Man, that logo is good." He's the guy, community manager, who actually like, you know, designed the solid assets and stuff, and or his team did. So yeah, I mean, something like that might be in the works. I think it's pretty sweet. Yeah. Oh, I see. Shadowban slash. Yeah, I pay for X, so I never notice. Because I have the little verified stamp. Anyways, it doesn't matter. It's like literally every metric you could possibly come up with, except for the amount of HTML, which makes sense. It's like it just. I mean, it's not even close. I mean, your LCP is 8 seconds versus 1 second right off the bat tells you that something is not going right here. But like, yeah, I mean, like, I mean, there's just like, I mean, no one expected anything different. I think material like this is useful to be out in the world though, because a lot of people are choosing to use client-side centric frameworks when their problem doesn't merit it. But I mean, this is a pretty good endorsement for using something like Datastar, right? Like And it's like, 28, right? Like, why aren't people shouting from the rooftops about this? And I, I saw it and I was like, we had Taylor on a few years ago, but how I built the fastest website and other mistakes. There's a whole stream on this. Great stream, honestly. I think people on this kind of side of things, let's see if I can find it, would definitely find interest in this stream. There's a guy pushing the rock up the hill. It was quite a while ago. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, stream 3 years ago. This is not one of my most watched streams. It's criminally underwatched, but I'm gonna post the stream and I'll post the article too, because it's a whole article series. And he basically did the thing that you'd expect. He made it. The reason I bring this up is because when I was talking to Delaney here, you're going to cover data. These kind of numbers should respond in one of your streams. As much as I hate to say it, you need to compete against a better competitor. It's going up against Next.js is like shooting fish in a barrel, even in front end circles. I think your example also needs to be simple enough that one can contest it. No one can contest it yet. Play to the competitor's wheelhouse. These things only have weight if the competitor recognizes the scenario, which usually means you have to play to their strengths. In the early days of Solid, I put it up against DOM diffing scenarios because that was Solid's worst case and React's arguably best case. The real problem is that if people can't carry the performance context in their head, all these things fall apart. Like Quick is incredibly good at hydration, never came up with the right demo or benchmark to show off their performance. The problem is that no one cares about performance differences between Next and literally anything else in the front end world. You are going to have a hard time getting the right attention. Generally use their own benchmarks against them, which I imagine is hard though, because it isn't apples to apples. Hypermedia's concern has never been performance. It's that people don't believe it's capable of scaling with interaction complexity in an ergonomic way. I know you believe you can prove that wrong. Honestly, the biggest obstacle here is similar to what Marco faced when first trying to push MPAs. The paradigm is different. Enough people don't see it. I think you got to just keep showing it. I'm definitely interested in having you on stream, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So he's like, any specific solid startups, fair comparison. And that's where you hit it. No one's been testing benchmarking end to end. The examples are generally trivial, like Hacker News. I was writing a plan for a future benchmark, but I got sidetracked working on 2.0. The quick folks might be the best to look at because I was working with Misco to try and make that perfect demo, and we never actually accomplished it. He had something very close. We just need to streamline it. I have an idea of the characteristics of it. We need a situation that's simple like Hacker News, but has client-side routing, at least no full page reload, and shared client state between pages. It needs to capture the situation which causes client-side solutions to serialize hydration data and depends on that data for future potential server page updates in a way that isn't easily escapable. This criteria generally will break most island frameworks and reveal real, true overhead resumable solutions and tends to put RCs and single-page apps on more even playing ground. In that world, I think there's a comparison to be made, assuming there's no persistent server stuff, like no live view, no WebSockets, because like that's just sidestepping. That's a different type of solution that can't be compared directly. Been vocal, roll with it, blah blah blah. But I can see that something that is match real world. Yeah, okay. So he basically called the JS framework benchmark not real world, which is fair, but it's also, it depends on what you want to test, right? Because I defended it because I think out of most benchmarks I've seen over time, it's one of the better ones. It's not testing your app, it's testing heavy table workflow. It's the benchmark for people who build dashboards, like interactive dashboards. It's the thing that AG Grid should look at when deciding what framework to use. Like Tansac table, it's not a like an app, right? But I said, so I think client-side benchmarks have their place, but this isn't something that is going to specifically show off what you need it to. If Datastar was in crosses, it would only be testing the signal part and not the hypermedia part, right? Which is fair. So I understand why they're not in there. Even on the signals fronts, we'd be at the top. That's a bold claim. Okay. But bigger issues, you leading signals a ton, you've already lost. Okay. I don't see yeah. Whenever someone tells me their thing is fast, I'm always like, prove it. Like, so that we can move on from there because it's like, I'm like it's just saying you're the fastest and then not submitting it because you don't want to play their game, I mean, that's a choice, but it also means that like no one's going to recognize you for that aspect. And it's fine. Maybe you think the premise is wrong. As I said, we hit this issue with Marco because MPAs don't have state management. Like Marco's in that test but it's not testing the whole solution. It's literally just testing the client side part. But it's kind of interesting because this is where the conflict kind of comes in, and that's the only reason why I want to highlight this, because I think it's interesting because I've been on both sides of this argument. Oh yeah, the design demo we talked with Solenoid is technically Hypermedia with signals and looking to data store. Yeah, I was planning to migrate Solenoid to use solid signal premise so you can toggle resumability and hydration per component. Oh, that's interesting. Last time I checked their top end signals because they don't have dynamic depths. Are there? Right, exactly. Which is like basically useless. Which is fine. I mean, there's people who kind of game on the other side too, but that the signals updates aren't actually going to influence the JS framework benchmark. Being the top of like some like deep, mostly pointless like reactivity test is not the JS framework benchmark. That's even more removed from reality. That's what I'm saying. Just throw it in the JS framework benchmark. But I understand we don't. Like Quick was hesitant too. They didn't want to show it in the JS framework benchmark because Quick is basically like somewhere between Preact and React. It makes them look. It's like if you're people will see it and be like, okay, so they aren't actually that fast. Like it's because it's not what it's built for. So there's like this. There's this awkward tension. So it's like how do you come up with the demo? I think similar to how fast can I buy eggs covered by yeah. So he's saying his perfect scenario is like the race to buy eggs, right? Which is the reason I brought that up is because that is exactly what this article is about. He built something in Marco versus something built in React. Absolutely, this is for Kroger, the grocery store. Absolutely, just destroyed them on the eggs test. He talks about streaming. He talks about everything, and at some point, there's like I forget if it's in the articles or when he like he did it, but like you can instantly see the difference in experience with streaming. He basically did the whole like egg test and like routing. I'm not smart enough for spa. All this stuff. In the end, they just didn't take it. He was a contractor, but essentially he I had him on stream simply because of the balls he had. He came into a room with execs trying to make this decision and like architects, and he handed them phones that they sold in the store themselves, low end phones that Kroger's shipped. It looks like they even have their own OS on it, and it's like, okay, guys, here's our app on phones we sell, and here's my app on phones we sell. Go. This is such a like, and he actually took a video of here's our egg buying demo essentially, right? So this is his version, and this is the actual Kroger. This is the native app. This is Amazon and Walmart. He's almost done here. 20 seconds. There you go. How are we doing? Amazon actually is pretty good. I think Amazon ends up being about 80 seconds. But was he wearing flip-flops in a bathroom? I said the stream is worth watching. It's truly fascinating. I know Taylor because he worked. He was like the really helpful guy in the Discord chat originally on Marco. He just knew everything about streaming and HL protocol, and then he actually was hired to eBay work on the Marco team for a while, right as I was leaving actually. Yeah, okay, so a minute on Amazon. That's respectable. Obviously, this site is like lighter weight. It's maybe doesn't have all the features, the one they built. But the thing is like, Yeah, no one criticized Amazon. Amazon is pretty, okay, how do we get here? Their native app was 1 minute and 20. Still on the website here. And Walmart, another notorious React website. I mean, you have to understand the reason it's so slow is the devices are absolute garbage that they're doing this on. Did they just give up? Um, okay, it looks like I see eggs in the card. Anyways, yeah, I don't know if anyone's done something updated. As I said, this was an old website, a production website. I'm sure people could do better than the actual real production websites. Like, you have to take this with a grain of salt, because like this is something you made. But the ones he was trying to target was this one. He's like, look, this is what needs to be replaced. It's still not done yet. I think he has to cut the video before he successfully buys the eggs. Anyway. It's difficult because this is not how tech demos often sell things. Right, I mentioned Taylor's article here. State of things is weird because you shouldn't need something like Next to make 80% of websites, maybe 90%. But personally, I only really focus on the last 10%. That's where these frameworks come from, people who want to put farther left. That's fine. I'd rather put that number higher on sites that don't need any of this. Sure. So let's say it's 98%. What you are fighting with is a mental model discrepancy. We have two things, a client and a server. People like to think they have one thing in an app. Everything extends from that. If something can give the appearance of one thing, they don't want to go back from it. Right. This conversation continues on for a bit. Someone else was like, what demo would you do? Would it be Hacker News? No. But I was like, if you benchmark what I suggested earlier, if you just want to make a demo to convince SPA people that they should use Hypermedia, I said remake the remixes Trellix demo. I know someone actually used Hypermedia to make a Trello demo. I saw it. It just was not as good as this, and I can't picture writing that code. Like it's kind of like when you it's kind of like when I saw Crank.js. I love the concept of it. Then I looked at To Do MVC and I'm like, yeah, no, not for me. And when I saw HTMX doing a Trello demo, I was like, the point was we were supposed to be impressed that you could do it with HTMX. And in a sense, yeah, I mean, that is impressive. But it being worse and also not being something you'd like to write basically discounted it right away. I'm not going to make verbatim version of optimistic updates as actively lying to your users and need to die as a concept. Okay. I mean, that's where we're at. Whether we're talking offline first, sync engines, these optimistic affordances. If we want to talk SPA, this is where things are. You can fundamentally disagree with it, but that's how Marco couldn't convince people they didn't need a client-side router. You have the same sort of challenge. Then what do we got? Who's expecting Trello offline? That's right. Win, blah blah blah. Optimistic. Yeah, and now you see RDDs, blah blah blah. Okay, so they went off on a tangent here. I was like, okay, how about something simpler? How about like my async to do's example with affordances? My affordances are crap, but this just is a rough proof of concept. That being said, I just find Illustrator. I don't know front end cares that much, but it lament to the loss of convincing tech demos, blah blah blah. Clear doesn't target front-end devs. It targets people who think holistically about the problem. I think it depends on what you're building. There's definitely technical consideration here. This is why he's going to be great to have on stream. Some of the misalignment between suitable solution problem could be cultural, but not the existence of a class solution. When I see what most people build with SPA paradigm, they much better served with Hypermedia or native app. Sure. And that's again, there's this similarity when you're on one of the extremes with a solution, flanking the other provider with something better on the other side is one of the best strategies. This is why I was so stoked about Marco, because I thought I could use Marco to sandwich like Next.js and React. because Solid was arguably better on the app side and Marco is better on the site side, basically removing all the air in the room for Next.js and React. The challenge here with flanking on this was that mobile is obviously a different platform, so you're not going to be able to chase everyone completely off the web. It's challenging here is it's difficult to convince or emphasize with a user that sits in a space that you think has no business existing. Yeah, I forget where the exact quote was, but he said somewhere up in the chain here that basically there is no point to have spas. I guess it was just here. Yeah. So yeah, I get the perspective. I think the challenge here, and the only reason I wanted to bring up this conversation because I thought it was interesting, is it's not always the most obvious thing that is going to be able to get the right attention to kind of like promote. Like performance you think would be enough, but a lot of people don't care about performance. They care, but only when it hurts them. So it's like there's this tension here that everything around wants to pull you where they're at. I wasted a lot of time, you could argue, chasing React in that sense. But on the other hand, if you don't meet people or meet things where they're at, you're not going to win that audience. You don't have to. I think Datastar can basically ignore React and move on. The problem is because of the signals part, because of the part, there's always going to be that side of people who are just like, yeah, this isn't going to be enough for me, right? If you want to prove that it's capable, then you almost have no choice but to build something that is on that far side. Because if you don't, and I mean, you get this point where people will be like, okay, well, no JS framework benchmark. I guess it's not fast on the client. No, and this is just for the specific view. You don't have to cater to these people, but and then they're like, oh, no optimistic updates. I guess you can't do that either. People are just going to assume that you can't. Like, I have a hard enough time in convincing people that we can when we have features released for like 5 years, like mobile. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how do you convince people that you can when you know what I mean? Like, so this is one of those kind of like challenging things on the framework space, because if you're fundamentally misaligned with the perspective of where the audience are today, you're going to have a hard time. Some people can call you ahead of your time or whatnot, but it's going to be difficult. And maybe it all takes is time, but then you have to be okay with that. Wanting to build something like a native app is the basic motivation for Spa because of the ease of distribution. Yeah, ease of distribution. And if you look at the trends here, we're trying to get as much immediacy on interaction as possible. So whether that's optimistic UIs, sync engines, all these things. I mean, distributed system problems are difficult. We all know that. But the trend on front end, which again you can choose not to care about, is trying to make things as immediate as possible. So yeah, like a mobile app, arguably, right? The funny thing is, there's a time period where everything became an app for me, but I've kind of gone back to using a lot of websites because I try to not do stuff on my phone. So for me, I actually like web apps quite a lot. I'm deciding with both of you. I know Carson from HTML can see the client side for certain use cases. Yeah. Delaney sometimes comes off a little bit even hardcore than that. I'd love to have Carson too at some point. If I just need to get in the right mind space. I'm so deep down reactivity lane right now that it's just like I don't know if I'm like in the right space. Yeah, I mean that's arguable, right? So like I mean this is a spectrum. It's not like a single point in time. Yeah, I've struggled to just flaky and don't want to learn. Yep. I mean, and they're really because of that, they're really sensitive to the weirdest thing. Like, I'm giving David Starr a big shout out here and a lot of screen time, more, than because like because I think it's worth talking about right here, right? He's got a fucking ton of examples, like simple examples. I think some of the challenges here, and I'll probably talk to him more about the stream, is when I look at this file, I get what it's doing, right? It's a search component. It's an input field that says on this, do this, right? So basically, data bind search, data on input debounce, blah, 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 hit this URL, and then draw them. But like, this is a good way of like showing simplicity. Oh, to do MVC, there we go. Because I'm not looking at this, like, what is this? I feel like I'm missing part of the story. I think this is one of the challenges for spot people. But what I'm saying is there is a lot of stuff here. Obviously, people have to learn data on, data bind, all, the specific syntaxes around the attributes. But, that might be simpler than understanding like certain types of concepts. Yeah. This takes a bigger shift in mentality, arguably even bigger than Marco. Lazy tabs. These demos are all interactive, which is absolutely great. Get example lazy tabs. Yeah. I think the problem is I'm like, where's the tab? Roll. Yeah, anyway. I think the challenge for this is when you add stuff like signals to partials, you need to show the story of when the state persisted. There is a fringe solution where we should add the value to stack, not to creating value. I like that. You can create more value, choose a simpler and performance solution. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the latest. There is an there is an article like a week ago or so where someone was like talking about that, and I was just like, have any reason you want to about React, better choice, but like this is the laziest reason. Is it type safe at least? Like 10 stack router. But that's an us concern. Why do you need type safety in your templating? Yeah, this is gonna be a difficult challenge, but maybe then it's like not the like maybe the framing's wrong, right? T just making a type safe data star with OCaml right now. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I I go for it. You know. Um oh, DBmon, do they have the stock ticker? Can I get up to like 60 frames? These are cool demos because he's actually talking to the what happened? What? This is pretty. We wanted a mutation rate of about. What do you want doing that? Mutation rate of about 50%, and we want a FPS of about 100 and 80. Which is getting close to where I think Solid performs on this. I think this is what's impressive about this is I think he's talking to a backend to do this. I don't actually have no clue how this is working. Oh, I can't make it any faster. Well, whatever. Scientists that Ryan would approve. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think there's so many ways we can take these things that we shouldn't like necessarily discount out an approach altogether. But I am saying like putting on like the spa glasses. I understand why this is a hard sell. It's as I said, it's even harder sell than islands. People should get there eventually from their own frustration, but like how long do you wait for it eventually? And in that time, will other solutions shift? As I said, right now I am very happy to view the world like this. This is my unifying theory of everything. So if you have a solution that can literally handle all of this in a way that's removes the edge cases, you're in pretty good by my books. But maybe that's wrong view. Maybe we should only be focusing on the domains that matter to us so we can have more special purpose, more to the point tools. I don't know. It's hard to say. Anyway, I think that is the gist of this week for me. I've got bugs to fix. I've got more work to do, clearly. So we'll just leave it like that. We don't need to go any longer today. So you can try 2.0 right now. I've shared some Stack Blitz templates when I was in the chat, but there's what was I going to say? The maybe I'll drop the release announcement. You just go on the next tag. We release Solid 2.0 is beta, so you can try it. You can try it. Link again. There's actually beta 1 now, but I'm not gonna make release announcements for each version. You'll just see them in the repo. So yeah. All right. I think that's good. I'm gonna go have a good weekend and celebrate my son's birthday. So you all have a good one. Till next time. It'll be a few weeks, I think.